here. Let me see. What's up, Bits? Oh, okay, I see. Say your Wi-Fi. Okay. I hear you. Let me just double check something, the audio real quick. 2 seconds. Okay. All right, we good. Now, shit, y'all. You know, it's been a wild ride. And you know something? It's not going anywhere. The whole damn world is shook by Trump, the narcissist, the ego, megalomaniac, the one who is a felon of the highest order, the one who the rules don't apply to at all. And dude has the whole world like looking at his ass. Now China and Russia are like, very good, Trump. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dumb idiot. They're like, thank you very much. Putin and Xi are like, thank you. Right. But the U.S. allies are like, dude, like, you mean basically you're going to go against our agreements that we've upheld for what? Damn near half a century, basically. Is that what you're going to do? Okay. Yeah. And Canada is like, yo, this is a serious moment for our neighbor. Our neighbor is basically becoming the one we have to fear. Literally fearing, not fearing like standing down and not standing up for yourself, and not speaking up for yourself, because everybody is speaking up for themselves, especially Canada. The neighbor, Canada and Mexico, they made mince no words at all for Trump or for anyone in his administration. No words at all. Now, the allies that are in a more precarious situation, being as though they trusted the United States, and to keep its word, right? They literally trusted Trump to keep the word. Canada is not in the same situation as the EU is in exactly, although they recognize the same threats that are out there. But the EU, given Ukraine and this kind of ongoing conflict already, didn't expect the United States to pull out its word. And its word has been pulled back under Trump. Trump has gone against the agreements. He's gone against the understanding. He basically did a lot, So the State of the Union is not good at all. Donald Trump is basically a king, made a king by the Supreme Court, and people said this when they had the older rulings about immunity. People said right then, giving him immunity in that way, just complete immunity, essentially makes him a king. And the Supreme Court made Donald Trump a king. They did. They made homeboy a king, and he is acting like it. Now, keep in mind, this is when he was coming out of power. He didn't have this power when he was coming out the last term. He didn't have this power at all. This king making was made after that, so that he could run for office again, this kind of stuff. And that, he could evade any type of prosecution for crimes. And all he has to do is say, I'm the president and I order this as the president. And that alleviates him essentially from the crime. You know what I mean? So Trump has tried to go around. He's found a way to go around it. Now, Trump has openly attacked the entire world, damn near, dropping bombs on Venezuela, not dropping bombs, but murdering people on vessels without any type of investigation, without boarding the ships, without even knowing who's on it, without even knowing if there's innocent kids being trafficked. Just kill them. Just blow the whole thing up, which is essentially an act of war. What Trump has done is essentially in normal days, it would be considered an act of war. But since everyone is so damn afraid of the U.S., and they have good reason to be, especially under this president, because there is no Congress keeping the president in check anymore. See, Congress has also been circumvented. You see? I mean, Congress just gave up the booty. They basically said, let me drop my pants and bend over. That's what Congress did, essentially, to Trump. They didn't even try to, assume any level of responsibility, so they caved in completely to Trump. They're not really Congress people. They're basically a part of some kind of corrupt shit that's going on. It's corruption. It's only corruption because they're not doing the people's business. They're not even listening to their own constituents. You see, the Republican Party has their own constituents basically held hostage right now, just like Trump has everybody else held hostage by lieu of the fact that the Supreme Court gave him, immunity. Just full immunity, essentially. So Trump has gone out and attacked the values of the EU, by sending J.D. Vance over to the EU to preach about freedom of speech and la, la, la. And you can see what they want to do with freedom of speech now, right? You see they had Charlie Kirk's, what was it? Funeral, right? Charlie Kirk is a quote unquote freedom of speech, hate speech guy. So he presses the bounds of hate speech and he decks it in what he calls being a champion of freedom of speech. So in other words, if you want to protect freedom of speech, you have to say the nastiest things you could ever say to anyone. And you have to speak hatred about them. In his mind, this is what that movement is about. In their mind, they rationalize speaking hatred as a tool to protect the Second Amendment. You expect us to buy that? You expect us to actually buy that? Only an idiot would buy that. The whole world sees that what it is. And the EU saw it too. They saw J.D. Vance come over here and try to set them up for some sort of culture wars where Putin can slip in and then use the algorithm, and Elon Musk could use the algorithm, the social apps to kind of galvanize, this heavy anti-immigrant or heavy anti-anything anti-women. Think about how the rights women have in the EU, and then think about J.D. Vance coming over here and fucking preaching to European women. Fuck you, J.D. Vance. Fuck you. Fuck you, dude. Nobody's buying that shit except your woman. If you want to oppress your woman and she accepts it in your house, that's on her dumb ass. Notice that his wife is not out there in the public much because MAGA is an outright Christian, movement. Look at Charlie Kirk. You see what I mean? So, it doesn't really make everybody know he's full of shit. I mean, if he can't stand up for people in the United States of America, man, the EU smack his ass. They don't give a fuck about what J.D. Vance thinks over here or Elon Musk. No, they kicked them out for security reasons. That's exactly what they've done. You see, now Trump has been able to push aside the Constitution because of the Supreme Court. Now, the Supreme Court was his cheat sheet to doing everything, to becoming king, right? He's attacked everyone else, even the folks in the United States, his political adversaries. Basically, he's held everybody hostage, the whole country hostage. Sadly, if you don't do what he says and you're a part of his administration, he hits you with the stick. He calls your name out in public. He essentially threatens you. He talks about how people really like you, but, there's somebody else waiting to replace you type of thing. And then if you're an adversary, then he's just going after your job. At the same time, he's firing qualified, good public representatives at the same time, right? Then he goes out and he's letting criminals off the hook. People that literally commit crimes caught in the act. Ghislaine Maxwell, caught in the act. She going to get off, get a slap on the wrist. So you know they don't give a fuck about little girls either. JD Vance either. How you gonna preach about caring about culture and values and you don't even give a damn about your own, what happens to little girls in your own fucking country getting raped and sex trafficked, you stupid fuck. Nobody's buying this shit. Nobody is buying this shit. Except people that spend too much time in the algorithm, the MAGA algorithm. You know, they can't even tell when the richest man on earth is tweaking with their brain or when Putin is tweaking with their brain. It's just Trump 2028. But Biden did it though. But what happened when Biden? But Kamala did that before, so. Yeah, okay, right. Sure. Kamala did what Trump is doing. Biden did what Trump is doing. Okay, well, Obama did what Trump is doing. Right. We get it now. The algorithm. It's all hell the algorithm. If the algorithm says it, fuck it. I'll say it too. And it doesn't matter. Right. And then there's the trolls. But in any case, y'all, it's going to be, I'm going to spend a little bit of time because I couldn't really, do the thing the last couple of days. It's been busy. But now I'm here and we're going to go through some information. By the way, if we can get this to work, anybody that wants to hop up, you can actually hop up if you have the Discord link, right? So if you're interested in hopping up, you can hop up. I'm going to be on here for a while. The Discord link is at VMedia. That's at, the at sign, and then VMEEDIA media. You can join in that group in Discord, and then I can pull you up into the stream here live on YouTube. All right. So that's how it's going to work. But in any case, sit back. Let's take our time and go through this. And I hope everybody's doing well. Yeah. What else can I say? I hope everybody is doing well. Given the circumstances, it is what it is, but given the circumstances. But let's start here now. Let me see here. Isn't this police state? Is that what that is? Let me see here. Oh, I'm sorry. What is this? Here we go. All right. Let me see if I can get this cracking.
And our top story tonight, right now, is about this. These troops in the streets from California to D.C. And as many people asked across this long summer, how can this be happening in America?
Okay,
How is this legal?
So Cali just they just passed a law making the mask for any of these law enforcements, ICE and these types of folks. Wearing the mask is illegal. And I've been saying that for a minute. Like I said a month ago that people should, when this first started happening with this ICE stuff and this mask, I said people should start masking up. Everybody in support of victims of ICE. Everyone should mask up to neutralize it. Just everybody mask up and play the same game. You think you can wear a mask and be identifying yourself, then the law should apply to everybody that way. I identified myself with the mask on. That's how it should go, right? Otherwise, they need to take the mask off. But let's listen.
And tonight, the answer, fresh from the federal courts, is this is not legal. Donald Trump's deployment of troops to patrol Americans is illegal. And it smacks of an illicit bid to create Trump's own national police force, a police state. And that is according to a federal judge. And I'm going to walk you through the ruling. It's a key setback for Trump's bids to seize unitary powers and wield them against you, against us, against Americans. A judge ruling President Trump cannot deploy the National Guard and Marines the way he did in L.A., that it is illegal. The ruling, of course, follows long-standing precedent, which many experts cited when Trump first put these troops in the streets. We reported that at the time. The ban on soldiers patrolling citizens is well known in this country. Anyone with U.S. military experience or legal experience or any recent interaction with a history textbook, quite frankly, knows the limit. It's under a 19th century law, posse comitatus, And the judge ruled Congress has forbidden the president to use the army for the purpose of executing general laws. That's just a fancy way of saying for law enforcement, except when expressly authorized by the Constitution or an act of Congress. This ruling against Trump also has some damning evidence. How the Trump administration's own training materials note the law barred troops from doing the things Trump wanted them to do.
Right.
You can see it here. This is a PowerPoint training slide that was included in this ruling against Trump today. And I'm not going to read all of it, but it's bad for the Trump administration because it shows how these very troops, under these legal restrictions, were warned the Posse Comitatus Act, PCA, prohibits them from law enforcement functions on Americans, like traffic control or crowd control. And the judge found Trump appears to have an illicit purpose of calling National Guard troops into other cities across the country, thus creating a, quote, national police force with the president as its chief.
Wow. Okay. Yo, I forgot to say that too. Thanks for reminding me. Look at the Disney stock. The Disney stock. That shows you, yo, people, don't spend your money with these folks. Don't give them no money. Don't give them any quarter, because that's exactly what they plan on doing to you. They're literally trying to take away everything from people. Literally a little bit here, a little bit there, tweak the system there. You lose your health care, you lose this, you lose your benefit, you lose your job, prices get higher, you lose your home, la, 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 la. You see what I mean? And then the big thing, what he's setting up with all these police and all of these forces, getting the military used to attacking and policing American people. The actual goddamn, the military, the National Guard, yo, it is a sinister plan, but thank God to the founding fathers, the rights to bear arms is enshrined in the Constitution. You see what I mean? The Second Amendment and the First Amendment. But in any case, let me let it play. Some
now, that's a warning about the kind of...
Now, hold on. Now, what did he say? Let me just go back a little bit. Sorry.
Saying no national police force should operate like that in America under Trump or any leader. Not a partisan statement, not a blue or red thing, but that we are not a police state and we're not about to become one when we have actual laws followed and judges overseeing the government. Mm-hmm. Now, rhetoric about Trump can be intense in politics. And he, of course, did try to steal the 2020 election that he lost. And lately he's been musing repeatedly about being a, quote, dictator, or why some people like some things dictators do. But this is not politics, what I'm telling you about tonight. And this is not Democrats warning about him or
facts,
trying to make him sound really bad for potentially their own purpose.
And see, we over that. We know that this is a citizen versus coup d'etat takeover of your country. It has nothing to do with parties anymore. It has nothing to do with parties, because you either want a constitution and uphold it or you don't. You see what I mean? And if you don't uphold the Constitution, that's not a good look in the United States of America, a country that was founded on genocide, slavery, denying the rights of many people. Women couldn't have rights. Women couldn't own property. Women couldn't vote. They were basically property themselves. You see what I mean? Let alone others that were outright slaves, indentured servants, all kinds of shit. You see what I mean? That's what those amendments are all about, making it fair for everybody. And these MFers think they're going to just take it away? That's what they think? Okay. I mean, be careful, be cautious. I don't buy the Supreme Court for nothing. I don't care what court it's in. The Supreme Court, if it's not the Supreme Court saying it, I don't buy it yet. I don't buy it yet, because the Supreme Court is the reason why we're looking at Donald Trump in the first place. Like, this is normal. You see what I mean? They should have been able to see that the dude is a felon, that he's a crook, that he's a treasonous, that he's a traitor. And they found some way to give him immunity that no other president has ever had. You see what I mean? And look at what happened. So was the Supreme Court right, or were they wrong? They were wrong, basically, because this can't be right.
This is the concern based on the evidence from a measured federal judge. a judge who's noticed that the kind of sweeping police force powers Trump is seeking could also be used to push the military into our elections. Again, not some Democrat doing scare tactics or excuses about losing the last election. This is a judge noting that under what Trump's DOJ is saying right now, they argue that they can have the president send troops basically anywhere to help enforce basically any federal law, which is never how it's been. You don't have soldiers showing up to audit your taxes, even though, of course, the president oversees the tax laws through the IRS.
Or you could just, what they got now is they got the president giving a naturalized citizen, a person who would just got citizenship, didn't grow up in the country, has no connection to the United States of America whatsoever, not family wise, not history wise, nothing, no connection to the continent of America. Just give him the keys to the treasury and give him the keys to your social security. Just let him walk in there with his hackers. Like it's a little game. Yeah, we some smart ass hackers. We just going in there like that's a cool thing. This is what these people, when they talk about BLM, when they talk about Obama, when they talk about Hillary drinking blood on Epstein Island, notice how they found a way to go after Hillary, the girl. Notice that they wanted blood. They were saying Hillary Clinton was drinking baby blood on Epstein Island. That's one of their fake ass things. And then what else is it? The only person that does time at all for Epstein's crimes is Maxwell, the other woman. That's funny. So they make shit up about one woman who's running for office, and then the only person who's actually in jail for all of those thousands of girls being sexually trafficked is the woman. No man. The men just running all around and shit in the cabinet, in the White House. I mean, this is a bad look. And motherfuckers is talking about BLM when you're getting your First Amendment rights. Did BLM take your First Amendment rights from you? Did they do that? Are they doing it? Did BLM sit on the Supreme Court? No, nobody is on the Supreme Court. It's 6 Republicans on the Supreme Court. The majority. Any of them members of BLM? No, BLM got nothing to do with these tariffs. BLM got nothing to do with your Medicare being taken. BLM has nothing to do with anything. The rising in prices. You see how this plays out when you don't really study history. You see, they will have you picking on the small little person, blaming the small little person for all the things that only the big and powerful can actually get away with. In your face. You see, it's that troll right there in that chat.
But not through the military. Pretty basic. So in this new ruling, the judge notes that Trump's DOJ's argument is so extreme. He says because President Trump assert he's unable to enforce obscure tax laws and then use the federalized National Guard to execute a range of laws. And he brings up specifically, quote, the election laws. This is a ruling about Trump acting illegally. The concern is that he would use military powers not to better enforce election laws illegally. No, I think it's pretty clear to interfere in the election itself if he lost, or in the vote counting if he thinks he might lose. And this is not a hypothetical. There's been extensive reporting, the Jan 6 committee and our own chart, if you recall, of the 2020 plots Trump tried, some of them indicted. And if you look down there at the black one, which was not indicted because it was abandoned, it was Trump's effort, his exploration of if he could get the military to seize voting machines. He wanted to do this then. In fact, his later lawyer, Sidney Powell, was going to be some kind of election prosecutor in that effort. It was discarded when Giuliani harder than some of these.
I gotta hear that again. That's crazy.
Scare tactics or excuses about losing the last election. This is a judge noting that under what Trump's DOJ is saying right now, they argue that they can have the president send troops basically anywhere to help enforce basically any federal law, which is never how it's been. You don't have soldiers showing up to audit your taxes, even though, of course, the president oversees the tax laws through the IRS, but not through the military. Pretty basic. So in this new ruling, the judge notes that Trump's DOJ's argument is so extreme. He says because President Trump assert he's unable to enforce obscure tax laws and then use the federalized National Guard to execute a range of laws. And he brings up specifically, quote, the election laws. This is a ruling about Trump acting illegally. The concern is that he would use military powers not to better enforce election laws illegally. No, I think it's pretty clear to interfere in the election itself if he lost, or in the vote counting if he thinks he might lose.
Hey, you know what?
And this is not a hypothetical.
Imagine if BLM interfered with the elections. Imagine if BLM had more money than Elon Musk. Let's just imagine. And BLM was out there talking about all the things, saying, let's go in the Treasury. I'm sending my hackers into the Treasury. See, they don't see Elon Musk as any type of threat, right? They don't see him and his little minions, right? They didn't see them as an army of radicals doing anything radical. No, these suckers will just let them walk right into Fort Knox and take everything, and they'll still be there talking about BLM, who has no power whatsoever. You see what I'm saying? Like, and no, excuse me, I myself, I wasn't necessarily, I'm clever enough to know that BLM, there's a million BLMs. What the hell? You can't, there's so many different ones with different thoughts and ideologies and different activities. Literally, it's just a name. It's like saying the women did it, or the blacks did it, the blacks did it. It's like, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. You see, the fact of the matter is that you have to focus on who has power. And right now, who has power in the United States? You're seeing it. This is what you're seeing. This is what they're doing with it. You're not seeing BLM in power in the United States right now. You're seeing, or maybe you are. Maybe you're just so damn blind. All you can do is see BLM.
There's been extensive reporting, the Jan 6 committee, and our own chart, if you recall, of the 2020 plots Trump tried, some of them indicted. And if you look down there at the black one, which was not indicted because it was abandoned, it was Trump's effort, his exploration of if he could get the military to seize voting machines. He wanted to do this then. In fact, his later convicted lawyer, Sidney Powell, was going to be some kind of election prosecutor in that effort. It was discarded when Giuliani said it went too far. I repeat, when Giuliani said it went too far. So tonight, judges are sounding the alarm. They are trimming Trump's powers as he vows to appeal the case, which is his legal right. So this goes up to the appeals and the Supreme Court in a process we've seen. And Trump lost this round. But I got to tell you, it's also notable that the administration's approach, seizing powers, threatening to defy courts, then trying to run out the clock, it still got them months of troops in the streets of L.A. before this setback today. Remember, that L.A. deployment began back in early June.
It's Orwellian. Simply lying to people. Unconstitutional, illegal act, his mess. We're trying to clean it up.
We're going to have troops everywhere. We're not going to let this happen to our country.
There's a protocol. There's a process. He didn't care about that.
What are the troops in L.A. to do? And that is unclear to pretty much everybody at this time.
I, in partnership with Governor Gavin Newsom, are suing President Trump.
California may be first, but it clearly will not end here. Other states are next. Democracy is next.
Other states were next, including later our capital. You could like Gavin Newsom or not. You could think he's standing up strong or showboating. But the things he said then, having clashed with Trump and dealt with him, have been borne out. And legally, this round goes to Newsom. He's fought harder than some of these D.C. Democrats. You have to put an MIA out to find Chuck Schumer a lot of these weeks. And the governors are stepping up. But let's be clear about the facts. When judges rule against Trump.
I don't buy that part right there that Ari said. Everybody's got their job to do. You know what I'm saying? I mean, a governor is not a senator. A governor is not a congressional member. Is not a member of Congress. You see what I mean? A governor is a governor. That's something else. They do something different. You see, a governor does what a congressional member or a senator can't. So I don't get that. I don't like how people put too much emphasis on people doing most of the hard lifting, heavy lifting. I mean, you know, I'm not saying that Schumer is perfect. I don't think anyone should look at any politician as anything but an instrument. You shouldn't praise them. That's not in my mind. You give credit only where credit is due, and you give criticism where it's also due. But these are things that this is your tax dollars working. So obviously anything you criticize, it reflects on who you are too. You can criticize yourself. You see what I'm saying? So I just think it's a little bit too much sometimes, this idea that you can, you know, Schumer does this thing. I don't think it works that way. I think everybody just needs to do their part. Stand up. If everybody stands up, it will never come down to what one person wants or thinks any goddamn way. You got to stop. You got to make sure that you don't look at Schumer to avoid what you ain't doing yourself in the position you're in. You see what I mean? So, but then again, constructive criticism is due, but I'm not with that part. But in any case,
This way, this long since June?
I've seen people criticize Schumer only to come back and be like, wait a second, Schumer was right on that. Like the last budget shutdown. The last budget shutdown, Schumer went one way, Hakeem Jeffries went the other way, right? And people were like, well, why doesn't Schumer just, you know, shut it down? Well, it's your life being shut down too. But this is the second time around. But keep in mind, the last time would have meant services stopped anyway. You see what I'm saying? And it's going to mean the same thing this time too, but this is the second time around. I mean, you know, I'm just saying, you know, I think Schumer was right the last time on the last shutdown, but let's see. Let's let it play out.
Many are still using the old rules and timelines that do effectively reward Trump for abusing power in the meantime. As a matter of practical impact, I'm not telling you how it could be or should be. I'm telling you how it is, best we can see from the evidence. Practically, today shows that Trump, according to this judge, was illegal, is trying to build a police state that's not allowed, and blatantly violated these limits on troops in the streets. But it also shows how the Steve Bannon playbook of flooding the zone, moving fast, and testing who will keep up or stop anything in real time is also still working.
Okay, I'm going to let some of this play out, y'all. Don't worry, because it's going to be a long one today. That's why I put up marathon. So it's going to be a couple of hours, just letting you know. I plan on running a couple of hours, maybe 3 hours, maybe 4 hours. You see what I'm saying? But in the meantime, in a little bit, you know, in about a half an hour or something, for people that want to hop up and say something intelligent, say something informed, say something respectful of human beings, you know, respectful of the situation we're in, you're welcome to use the Discord link there, right? If you can find it, and I'm going to put that in the chat also. Let me see here. Let me put that in the chat. I'm not taking people on right now, but if you in the chat later, if you in the Discord link later, I can let you hop up and then you can be in the live. So there's the link. But I'm going to be rocking. We're going to get to people and let people hop up in a little bit later on. But for now, I'm just going to let the news play a little bit because I missed a little from the last 2 days. I just want to catch up before we get into it.
The president is not exactly chastened for his use of these powers in D.C. or L.A. or elsewhere. He is now threatening to send troops to, other places like Chicago. So this is serious. The courts are finding that Trump's goal is not cutting crime. It's a personalized police state, which other leaders have used to try to steal elections and end democracy. It's not a Harris October talking point. It's what judges are finding. And Trump's talking about crime, but the whole point is not whether there is sometimes terrible crime in our country, like in Chicago this weekend, there definitely was. But that, as I told you at the top of the news tonight, our laws restrict soldiers trained for war, armed for war, from using that war training on our own people, on you. If this weren't actually happening, it would seem unnecessary to state this. You might turn on the news and think, why are they Constitution-splaining to me? Of course, the guys in the camo to fight over there aren't supposed to be over here in my neighborhood pointing weapons of war at random civilians? Of course not. And yet here we are. As for the threat to go elsewhere, the Democratic governor of Illinois responding today.
First, I want to address the president's unhinged remarks a few minutes ago, begging me to call him. No, I will not call the president, asking him to send troops to Chicago, to Chicagoans. What you can do is look out for your communities and your neighbors. Know your rights. Film things that you see happening in your neighborhoods. Authoritarians thrive on your silence. Be loud.
Authoritarians thrive, says a governor. Be loud, he says to the citizens. Citizens who have spent months in LA watching camouflaged soldiers walk around, which is what's happening still today in our capital.
Actually, big up to Ari, because Ari, he puts shit together very well, and he is on it. It's just that nobody agrees with anybody 100% of the time, all the time. But what he's speaking is also fact. I mean, all of his facts. So it's just that one point I didn't really get. But
no police state, say the judges, but are they saying it as loud as the governor says we need, and are they saying it fast enough? Your thoughts?
So my thought today is sort of twofold. One is right now in Brazil, a former president is on trial for engaging allegedly in an insurrection. He lost the election. He said he won. And we like to think of ourselves as exceptional, and we're at the vanguard, and our legal system is at the very top of the world in terms of the rule of law. That's not true. The rule of law is functioning in Brazil. It's notable that Donald Trump has been taking...
Damn, he need to say that again. It's not true at all.
Brazil to task precisely because they are holding their former president to the rule of law. It is refreshing to see Judge Breyer in California do the same today. And I thought there was another part of the opinion that was refreshing. He used the testimony of current military people who testified, who understood that they were not allowed to violate the Posse Comitatus Act.
Right, and the trainings we saw.
Exactly, and they said that what we were being asked to do, we were not supposed to do. We understood that if we were called in, we had a limited role. We were not supposed to engage in law enforcement that is against the law. It was so notable that this is the government's own witnesses were saying this. When the government...
And you know what? Look at how many of these people, sadly enough, are actually out there, even just feeling proud to okay, well, the National Guard is one thing, but getting to these ICE people, imagine being proud of wearing a mask, and you are in there among American people, everyday people, and you're the one wearing a mask. How can you be proud of that? And I'm sorry, that is a cowardly act. That is a cowardly act, let alone the other policing and all the other shit, sending the National Guard or the Marines out there to police people. That's being a traitor. That's foul. That's really foul. You know what I mean? That is really, really dangerous. Once you do things like that, you have to understand that the government that is in power is being hostile towards its citizens. And I'm going to tell you, I've been saying this for a minute, and I'm going to say it again. My advice to people is to calmly and in an orderly fashion, get yourself a license to have a gun in your home, a weapon in your home to defend your homes, even if it's an assault rifle, whatever's legal. I'm not saying for solving your everyday problems. No, I'm saying for the reason it's in the Second Amendment. You see what I mean? For that kind of reason, and that kind of reason only. Otherwise, I'm against guns. I don't, pretty much. I don't like guns being proliferated everywhere in the U.S. I think it's one problem, a serious problem in the U.S. I think it's a nasty cultural dynamic. You know, I think it comes from slavery and colonization, and the U.S. has never really gotten over it yet. So they still have this huge proliferation of weapons. And, you know, then what that does to our kids' psyche, then, you know, is we teaching people to use weapons to solve problems, guns to solve problems, instead of things that only sharing can solve. You know, sharing can solve crime. Sharing, instead of spending a whole lot of money to send somebody to jail who didn't have nothing and just try to find a way to get something, how about use that jail money to invest in that person and send their ass to school? Get them some health care, get them some stability in their life, which a lot of times, man, people are paying an arm and a leg to keep somebody in prison that they wouldn't even pay in regular life. What the... You know, anyway, I may be getting off topic, but let's go.
Lawyer's position was, oh, the Posse Comitatus Act is an irrelevancy. The president can do whatever he wants. And it was so heartening to see that the law enforcement people who were on the stand were like, no, that's not how we were trained. That's not something we're supposed to do. We're not supposed to be functioning as law enforcement in our own country.
What does it tell you that the judge was so concerned that this is?
Yo, anybody want to hop up? You can use the Discord link. Listen, let me know where you from, because I'm reading a lot of the comments, but I'm finding out that I need to qualify some of them to get a real picture of what these statements mean. So write down where you're from. Write down where you live. Actually, that's even better. Where do you live? What city? What city in the world do you live in? I could tell you where I live. I'm from Washington, D.C., born and raised. My family is from the colonial period on both sides. But I live in Copenhagen, Denmark, where universal health care and universal education exists. It's a reality. This is what people are used to. When you want to go to school for something or get a new skill, you just go get it. It's on you. It's not on your parents. It's not on how much money you got in your pockets. It's only up to your own personal desire. But so I know what it's like to grow up in an urban city, the capital, and you know, and I'm born in the 70s. So I grew up in the 80s and 90s in the capital. So I know what some crime is like. I know what it was like before the guns. DC is a city that you couldn't even have any of the guns that the criminals have. The criminals buy them from every other city, every other state where it's legal, because the people that buy it legal sell it to the criminals. The average person in gun violence in D.C., the average person don't use a gun to deal with any problem in D.C. It's only the criminals. And people want to talk about crime. Well, you're feeding the criminals weapons. You know, maybe if you didn't buy the legal weapons, it wouldn't proliferate further. You see what I mean? To places where they don't want people carrying weapons around everywhere. You see, that's the reality, but you don't. You don't track your weapons and you don't secure your weapons. So they get in the hands of criminals who don't need a license. Facts. That's how it works in the United States of America. How it works in Denmark is nobody has the right to any of these weapons. Hence, nobody's watching their back when they're walking down the street. The criminals, you know, have less weapons to deal with. And even if they get caught in a crime, they get help. They get help. You know what I'm saying? They don't just get thrown in the system, told you ain't going to have no health care, told you can't vote, told you can't get this, and then you release them back on the streets and then say, be a good person. Oh, you couldn't stand up on your own? You know, man, sometimes I wonder what Americans thinking. Like, you don't learn from other fucking people. You guys are fucking stupid. Do you hear me? Your gun problem is completely self-created from your fucking history that you need to grasp over. Okay? Yes, Americans are stupid for having gun rights without having fucking healthcare rights. You haven't progressed in 100 and some odd 2 fucking centuries. You still think of freedom in basic, simple terms. Yeah, freedom of speech is paramount. Gun rights in the Constitution, yeah. If you have problems like Trump, yeah. If you got problems with corrupt people all the fucking time, if it is systemic, if you have only fucking traitors in your country, then yeah, everybody should have weapons. But what does this say about you as a country if you're all fucking traitors to each other and you need a fucking weapon? You see, you don't take care of your fucking women. You don't stop sex traffickers like Epstein. You hide their mother fucking records, and you hide and protect fucking pedophiles, and you fucking open up your treasury to the richest man on earth who hangs out with fucking pedophiles. You all need to fucking learn. You need to fucking learn. You know, and I'm saying that as an American, okay, whose family is from the colonial period on both sides, who knows what it's like to live in the capital of the United States, travel around the entire country, live in different parts of the country, and live overseas. I know the difference in not just theoretical terms, but practical terms. You see, let me tell you what I learned. A lot of you fucking Americans are fucking stupid. Get it through your thick fucking head. All right, back to the program. Sorry about that. I'm just reading the chat and y'all gonna get it. Yo, these weirdos are going to get it. You're going to fucking get it. Understand that?
The outlines of a police state. And
Absolutely.
that's not an op-ed. It's not an angry podcast. It's a judge looking at what
Big up to the real, though.
what the evidence is.
Yeah, big up to the real. Let's see here. What else Ari got? It's going to get hot today. It's going to get hot today because I don't like being so explicit every day, but I got time today, so I'm really going to let you know. I'm going to engage the chat today. And I'm going to let you know what I think. And I'm going to be extra fucking critical of you fucking morons today. Extra fucking critical of you dumb motherfucking Americans. Yes, you hard-headed motherfuckers. Okay?
Well, $5 billion while they are accumulating political power and doing it in such a way that is kind of openly allowing for the corruption of the business. We've seen instances of people who are seeking presidential favors, invest in Trump businesses and ultimately receive such favors. We've seen no effort by the Trump family to try to shield in any way, in any significant way at least, the president from the appearance of conflict of interest. And of course, there is just a basic conflict of interest here in that the federal government is in the process of crafting new regulations for cryptocurrency. And Trump has been very open about the idea that he wants very few regulations, that he's going to be a crypto president. And they have been outward about the fact that they want to invest and profit from this new crypto venture. And so you have a confluence of factors here that is unlike anything we've ever seen in terms of the corruption of the presidency. But with Trump, it's so blatant and it's so public that it tends to become like the, 23rd or 24th most important story of the day.
What is the visibility that we have into this crypto venture, Justin? Do we have any idea who's buying this stuff, who's selling it?
Yes. So one of the venture, one part of the venture is what's called a stable coin, which is here's an asset that's worth $1. We promise it'll always be worth $1. By the way, if anyone wants an asset worth $1, it's called a $1 bill. You can just get them from any bank. But those stable coins, the value of those is currently being held up by Binance. The former CEO of Binance is in jail right now, sort of hoping for a bit of a pardon. And so right there's your conflict of interest. But there's something deeper here, Katie. It's quite possible the next financial crisis is a crypto crisis, that all of a sudden the value of these things goes to zero. Now, this whole thing's just a casino. And if Vegas goes bankrupt, we let them go bankrupt. But if the president goes down with it, I have a funny feeling there might be a bailout. And it's a bailout of yours and my money to keep a bunch of grifters.
Exactly. So here's what a troll would do in this situation. A troll would say something like, it must have been BLM. Must have been Obama. Must have been Biden. Must have been Harris. Must have been Harris' great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. Must have been Hillary Clinton drinking blood on Epstein Island. That's what a troll would say to what was just mentioned. This dude is scamming you. Look, and I'm going to tell you, as an American citizen living abroad, I pay local taxes where I live. I report my taxes to the U.S. government, but they don't get none of my money. They just get the right to know what I earn, but they don't get any money because I pay local taxes. And so I'm saying this to tell you that my tax money goes to universal health care for everyone in the vicinity that I live around and my kids. My taxes goes to universal education to everyone that lives around me can benefit from having an education. So I don't have to walk past another fucking criminal every goddamn day. At least the criminal can have a view of life where he understands or she understands how things are connected. You see what I'm saying? You know? But you MFing trolls or Americans that put up with this shit, your tax dollars is going to this dude's crypto. You will be bailing him out if the shit does not go right. And it ain't going to go right because it's a scam. It's a scam. But how much Elon Musk, Trump, they got so many scams like this set up already contracts with the government. That's all that they're fucking doing. Every single one of these cronies up there in his administration got some benefits coming out of some government scheme, some government contract scheme from some company that they done bought shares in and shit like this. And they're doing it to you. Of course, they're doing it to me too, because damn, I don't want my great-great-great-great-grandchildren paying for this shit. And on top of it, since I disagree with it, that makes it even worse. Because it would be different if I agreed with it and then I reaped what I sowed and then my grandkids, great-great-grandkids had to pay for the shit. But I'm against this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
rich. And I think it's a very, very big worry for the future of financial stability.
All right, so there's the crypto venture. By the way, I mean, I'd be crazy not to mention that the Republicans were going after President Biden's son, Hunter Biden, claiming that he was selling and peddling influence while the president was not just the vice president, but also a senator for a long time. I don't understand what the difference is between what would they argue the difference is between what Hunter Biden was allegedly doing and what Donald Trump's 3 adult sons have been doing with many things, including crypto?
Well, I think that the thing you're failing to understand here, Katie, is Hunter Biden was a very bad artist and his art was terrible. The president's sons are crypto geniuses, each and every one of them financial wizards. Not only are they financial wizards, they're also social media giants and businessmen of the highest order. So the moment the Trump name goes to anything, of course, it's a return purely to the genius of these brilliant young men and not at all about corruption. At least I think that's the official story.
Exactly.
Henrietta,
they're brilliant at corruption. And I don't even think they're that brilliant. I think the American people are that fucking stupid. That's what I think this is a reflection of, really. Like, I hate to say it. And, you know, it's not to the Americans that understand this shit, that see it, that knew it was coming. I'm not talking about the reasonable ones, but obviously way too many goddamn Americans go for this dumb shit. And this definitely reflects on what the United States of America actually fucking is. This is not fucking normal. It's like having retarded people run your life, and you will pay. Actually, nothing against retarded people. This is even fucking worse. This is even worse. You know, this is having a regime that wants to destroy your fucking life. This is fucking crazy. And people are going along with it, talking about it like it's normal. Yo, the people talking about like it's normal, you will be the next slaves. You will be. Because people that see this shit for what it is ain't going to fucking go for it. No matter how much you convince yourself that you got the Supreme Court votes. No matter how much you convince yourself that you got Congress votes. Nope. Nope. This is going to come down to this if necessary. For real. That's what it's going to come down to if it's necessary. Number 2. Number 1 and number 2. Since you don't want universal health care, you don't respect that. You don't respect fucking universal education, the right to have an education, right? The right to not be able to not afford an education, the right to not be able to not afford health care or a decent housing, just a normal, dignified life. Those things, since you don't like those things, then all you got left is number 1 and number 2. That's all you got left. And you're going to get it. Yes. You're going to get it. If that's what these people want, if that's what they want, hey, if that's what they want, hey, come and get it. Go and get it. That's what you want. If that's what you want for your America, come and get it. You know, this is going to be wild. I'm going to actually watch to see how loyal my countrymen are to their own fucking country. We really going to get to see what this flag was made of. We really going to get to see what Americans are made of. Are you a fake and phony ass country and phony ass people? Or are you going to have basic fucking values that show the rest of the world you are fucking sane? One way or the other. You either going to have the most criminal ass nation that people fucking look at as a pariah. Because that's what it is right now. It's a fucking pariah. And other people are going to have to deal with that pariah if you don't. Like straight up. But you will lose a lot before other people even bother. I'm just letting you know, you will lose a lot because other people don't want to waste their motherfucking time. You see what I mean? Americans, like these MAGA people, they like to waste their fucking time. They like to waste their fucking energy. They like to just waste. Okay. Sound like a tsunami coming. We're just starting, by the way, and we got hours to go because the news gets worse. It gets worse. It gets way worse than this. It's just nothing but fucked up motherfucking news for the U.S. motherfucking A. Like, seriously, bow. But, you know, the U.S. is taking a fucking ass whooping right now by an old motherfucker. A old, broken down, fucking gluttonous pig. But getting the ass whooping. And these bitch asses are just following his orders like they just got to take it. Poor character. Very poor character. Very poor character. Pam Bondi, very poor character. Cash Patel, very, very poor character. J.D. Vance, of the lowest fucking character. You cannot be thinking anything about this fucking country. Low. Mark Rubio. Pathetic. You would dare use the United States military to murder other Americans on the American continent just because just shoot ships in open water, blow up ships in open water without even knowing who's on it. You want to take other Americans, their children, out of their fucking arms and deport them? Pathetic. You treat your own neighbors like shit.
Watching the markets, they've been down today. This is Donald Trump's trying to blame the court ruling against his tariffs, saying the reason the markets are down.
The markets are down. This is just bad. This was a bad fucking Sunday and Monday morning. It's nothing. I've been listening to this shit. It's nothing but bad fucking news all over. All over.
He's not allowed to impose his tariffs, even though they, by the way, are still in place. And then he argues that without these tariffs, we won't have a country. Is that what's going on?
Well, it's kind of an
No, you won't have a country with these motherfucking tariffs. That's what's going on.
interesting dynamic. There's a little bit of all of this tied into it. Right now, we have sort of a tale of two markets, which is that the bond markets are telling you that without the estimated $4 trillion in revenue that the president is collecting off of these tariffs that are paid for by U.S. consumers, we're not going to have enough money to be able to handle our debt load, let alone our interest load. And what would happen in that scenario is that it would become very apparent that the one big beautiful bill that is the most expensive tax bill that has ever passed in U.S. history actually adds so much to the debt, even after kicking 12 million people off of Medicaid, that they are going to look at a serious problem with U.S. treasuries, U.S. bond markets, and the rest. And that's what investors are starting to digest now. We held a conference call with international lawyers on Saturday for our clients right after.
And China and Putin are celebrating. Kim Jong-un is celebrating. You know, every enemy of the United States of America is celebrating. They are celebrating Trump. They are celebrating the rise of MAGA. Literally. Because they are like, you're fucking up your own country way more than we ever could. Thank you. Thank you for doing the heavy lifting. Pathetic.
The ruling came out on Friday night, and they give 65% odds to the Supreme Court holding up what two other courts already have, which is to say these tariffs are null and void. The president does not have this authority. And then you have on the other side retailers like Walmart and Target and Dollar General who are saying, oh, thank God, we don't have to pay these tariffs now. We don't have to pass 60% tariffs on to consumers if our good comes in from Vietnam or Indonesia or the Philippines, because they have a 20% IEEPA tariff plus a trans-shipping tariff. So it's really a lot to digest for markets. And the chaos that we're seeing is really a come-to-Jesus moment that I imagine will last for at least another couple months.
That's interesting. So if the tariffs don't stand, the Supreme Court rules the same way the lower courts have ruled. Who gets that money back? How does that money get refunded?
That's the question of the hour. There's going to be questions about.
You can't educate a MAGA person. It's going to take some time. It's a cult. You know what I mean? It's just like a cult. You have to leave it for some months and go somewhere else before it comes off of you and before you can hear just even be reasoned with. Like they're telling you right in your face what's happening. You're seeing it in your grocery store. You're seeing it in your electric bill. You're seeing it in the cost of your healthcare. You're seeing it in the cost of your mortgage. You're seeing it in the cost of transportation. You're seeing it in every fucking thing. And yet they will still deny.
Whether there can be one giant civil court case or whether every single importer is going to have to go and ask for a refund individually. And they'll go to Customs and Border Patrol and they'll say, hey, yo, give me my money back. And by the way, I want interest. So there is no Treasury working group digesting this right now. So it's going to be a bit of a quagmire for a while. But for the markets right now, it's not really about the.
Yo, it doesn't matter if the stock market is. Yo, I have stocks too. Goddamn, but I have mercy on other people. Jesus, man. Some of you all just think money is everything. You don't care about your neighbor. You don't care about your communities. You only care about your own pocket. I have stocks myself. I know the stock. Yo, and when I invest in stocks, I invest when the companies are doing that good. I invested a lot in gold months ago as soon as Trump came in office because I was like, U.S. dollar is going to hit. It's going to hit. Things are going to hit. People are going to start putting their money in something else. And that's exactly what happened. And gold has doubled since Trump has been in office. But the thing is that a lot of other people, everyday working people, mothers, teachers, doctors, okay, you know, people that just live, people who work in the grocery store, people that work in the stores, the businesses in our communities, right? All those people also have to do well, right? But that's what I don't like about people that use that excuse, like stock market twinkling. Yeah, we fucking know it is. Trump is having a nice day. Elon Musk is loving the stock market right about now. It's working 100% for them, a trillion times better than it's working for you if you in this chat. You in this chat talking about the damn stock market. You should be embarrassed. Because I know you ain't really making no money off the stock market. Because if you was, you wouldn't be here. What the fuck? Yo, you wouldn't be here. Why are you here? Yo, the people that are here, it should be because they care about their communities. Because they care about the collective. If you're not one of those people, fuck you. Fuck you. Leave. Seriously. This is a real American moment right here. You know, you better start thinking about other people besides yourself. Their selfishness doesn't go far at all. It doesn't go far at all, man. In fact, that you can have all the money you want. When shit hits the fan, ain't none of that money gonna mean shit. It's only gonna be your fucking character and how you treated other people around you. How kind were you? How much did you share with people around you? You're about to be tested if you're living in the United States of America. You are about to be tested. How good are you going to hold up, or your community is going to hold up? Fuck the stock market. You know, hey. If you got all your cookies in the stock market, yo, you in trouble too. Stock market can crash any goddamn day of the week, every day. You know, shit. If you like Trump, he gonna rig the stock market against anybody who is not rich, essentially. So, yeah, make your pennies while they last.
$150 billion or so that the administration has raised so far. It's about the $3 trillion that they're expected to raise over the next decade. So it gets a little lost there.
Hopefully you spent this past holiday weekend enjoying time with your loved ones. I know I did. It was great. But if you happened to peek onto social media at any point over the last few days, you may have seen people started speculating without any real, actual acute evidence that something bad happened to Donald Trump. Now, it's true that until today, the president had not spoken publicly in a week. And this past weekend, his public schedule was very light, a lot of time on the golf course. Something about that combination got the rumor mill turning. People shared images of this little bruise on the president's hand, which is not uncommon for a man of his advanced age. Others shared photos like this one showing what outlets like the Daily Beast have referred to disparagingly as Trump's cankles. Again, there's a non-life-threatening medical explanation for that. Trump has been diagnosed with chronic venous insufficiency, which is a common condition that can cause, pretty intense swelling of the ankles like you see there. Still, the rumors managed to get enough traction that Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz seemed to acknowledge them at a Labor Day event yesterday.
Thank you all for coming out today. Thank you for believing in these times, because, look, I get it. You get up in the morning and you doom scroll through things, and although I will say this, the last few days you woke up thinking there might be news. Just saying. There will be news sometime, just so you know, there will be news.
I mean, not just, people that are not big fans of the president, but even Trump's allies have been speculating about his poor health.
So as the crisis gets worse, and it's going to get worse, because you can see him declining faster and faster, I predict Trump is going to have some type of collapse within the next 12 months at the current trajectory. I'm not saying he's going to collapse. I'm saying if he doesn't take his foot off the gas pedal, I guarantee you.
Now, Alex Jones is not a medical doctor.
Okay, so let me ask you this, just so we can qualify some of the comments, because his opinions are fair enough, no problem, but I like to find out where people are from and have other qualifying factors that match up with their statements. So just to see how they match up. Now, I asked folks before, let me know where you're from, but not too many people did, right? So, and I told people why, because I tell you where I'm from and I tell you where I'm at when I tell you what I tell you. Okay. So that it's qualified what I'm saying. You see what I mean? You have something to gauge it with. Twiddle fingers without knowing where you're from, some other qualifying factors. It doesn't really tell us a lot. You see what I mean? And there are a lot of trolls, like literally people that are paid to pretend that there's something that they're not on the internet, especially they send them out to left, what they think is left media, left podcasters. I mean, that's what they do. It's everywhere. It's omnipresent. This troll thing, this Russian troll farm, this Chinese troll farms, they're omnipresent. You see what I mean? So again, in the chat, let me know what city you're from. Let me know what city in the world you're from. You don't have to be from the U.S. Because I meet a lot of people from outside of the U.S. I'm outside of the U.S. right now. But let me know where you're from so I can kind of qualify that when your comments. I can at least know that.
Someone that you should really listen to about these matters. And in the end, all the rumor mongering and
again, there's a lot of bad news. This is all bad news. It's just warming up. It's just warming up. And again, if you live in the United States and you're okay with these kind of things, okay.
Speculation appears, at least for now, to be totally baseless. As we saw today, the president of the United States is very much alive.
Oh, I see you in New York. Okay, thank you.
Well as ever, for what that's worth. Although he was asked about the rumors in the Oval Office today, which was a strange moment, and we'll have his answer next.
How did you find out over the weekend that you were dead? You see that?
No.
People didn't see you for a couple days. 1.3 million user engagements as of Saturday morning about your demise.
Shit, a lot of people want Trump dead, like flat out. I'm going to be celebrating. But I'm also weary about what comes after him. And I've been saying this for a minute. They already know his ass was old when he was going into office. These oligarchs, Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, and what's the other one? It's a few of them behind him. They all know that he's old. So they already got a plan for replacing his ass. And that is JD Vance, obviously, right? And I've been saying when he gets sick, and it's going to happen. It's inevitable. And it's looking like it's going to be sooner rather than later. I'm predicting by the end of the year, before New Year's. And the reason why I'm predicting that is because the GOP want to come into the election year with a different energy away from this Epstein shit. And so Trump falling, hurting himself, something like that, being able to step down, pardon Ghislaine Maxwell, and then they're going to distance themselves from Trump. They're going to be like, oh, but that was just Trump's policy. We don't agree, but, la, 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 la. They don't want to go into this election year with these problems that they have, which we are going to witness, because this ain't half of the problem. This is just the dessert. This is just the dessert, man. This shit gets worse.
I have heard it's sort of crazy, but last week I did numerous news conferences, all successful. They went very well, like this is going very well. And then
oh, really?
I didn't do any for 2 days, and they said there must be something wrong with him.
There you have it. The President of the United States is alive and, well, his typical self. But while the online speculation over the long weekend turned out to be just
there is something wrong with him.
That the growing curiosity about Trump's well-being might be at least a bit understandable, considering that this White House has not given us any reason to trust what it says on just about anything, especially when it comes to the health of a man who is the oldest to ever take the oath of office. Jamel Bouie is an opinion columnist for the New York Times. Tim Miller is a former spokesman for the RNC, now writer-at-large for The Bulwark, and they join me now. Tim, I found that...
Hey, look, all the data is saying horrible shit for U.S. companies, and there's people in the chat like, oh, shit, the stock market is booming. Keep believing that. Keep dreaming, buddy.
I mostly did stay off social media this weekend, but when the times where I sort of managed to dip in, I was like, wait, what's going on? Did I miss something? Did actually something happen? And why do you think there is this sort of phenomenon that has been gathering force recently?
Yeah, I thought about wearing my white lab coat for this segment, Chris, but I decided not to. I think that this phenomenon is based around a few things. One, Donald Trump is extremely, extremely old.
Keep dreaming, buddy.
So
Keep
people
dreaming.
have speculation about him. I think that number two, as you alluded to, they lie about everything. And I think that his last medical report said he weighed, like he had the physique of Cincinnati Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow, I'm pretty sure, as far as height and weight is concerned. And so they lie about his health. And so when you have things like weird bruises on your hands and huge cankles.
Let me know, y'all. Okay, is Trump in, put a 1 in the chat if you think Trump is in good health. Put a 2 in the chat if you think he's in bad health. And put a 3 in the chat if you think he's next to health.
And you're not in public for 48
I want to see what people think.
hours, in a different administration.
Look at John. Look at John. He says Cankles is in good health. All right, John.
In the Jimmy Carter or George H.W. Bush administration, they would have provided a statement and people would have believed them, right? Yeah, and they don't,
spooky.
This administration,
Me too.
You can't do that. So I think that's another reason things get out of hand.
And four, if you think he's already in his grave and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Look, the only thing, I have one maybe agreement with Alex Jones, maybe a disagreement with some viewers on this point. But the one other thing that drives this is Trump does have an insane schedule. I mean, he has a very, very public schedule. It's not like he's a coal miner or whatever. It's not a physical job, but he's a 79-year-old man who's out talking like 5 hours a day in front of cameras and traveling internationally.
And he's loony with it. And he's loony, and they just happy he's doing it because his looniness is all a distraction. All of this destruction. Look, they're doing it. All of this bullshit, all of this destruction they're doing just to steal the money and to get control over the government. That's basically what Elon Musk wants. He wants to put computer chips and spy devices and implant, just theoretically, he wants to implant himself in the foundation of the United States of America so that no matter what comes after, you can't get rid of him. That's really what this is about. They want to own the United States of America. They projected a lot. Like they always talked about this deep state. That's because they want to be the deep state. That's what they want to be. So they projected it the whole time, put this fear out there, and now they flip the script and they're like, but that's what we want to do. And that's exactly what they've done with everything. They projected it all. Hillary Clinton drinking baby blood must mean Donald Trump is the most exposed person in the Epstein files. That's what that means, projection wise. You see what I mean? He hates Hillary, but he didn't release the Epstein files, baby blood drinking, did he? No, he didn't. See, you see how that works? You see? So he's always projecting. Everything he does is projection. Kamala Harris, communist. He's the authoritarian. That's what Donald Trump does. They preach hate speech to you all fucking day long, tell you they want to, euthanize homeless people, tell you that they want to do all kinds of other things. They're demonizing people, but actually, it's them that really wants to do. You see what I mean? So they just keep flipping the script like that. They can't be trusted. And if you still trust these people and you don't know what you are to them already, if you haven't figured that out, let me spell it out for you. You're nothing. Your life is worth zero to your country. That's crazy. Zero. And you're the one paying the fucking taxes for it.
You've ever traveled with a senior citizen internationally? Do you think when they land, they're going to do a 2-hour press conference? So he keeps a very intense schedule, and then he went away for 3 days, and I think he was probably worn out, and I think that led to the speculation.
Jamel, I saw a few people make this point, which really stuck with me, about people who had been in societies that were not democracies, where there's some authoritarian leader, and how common it is when the leader disappears for a little period of time for this speculation about like the health or the death of said leader, that this is like a real trope in closed societies, authoritarian societies. And that chilled me a little bit and also felt like it had a little kernel of truth to it.
Yeah, it does, I think, have a small kernel of truth to it, that we are already, I think, collectively getting acculturated to looking at the president in this manner as some sort of like leader who has to be present all the time, or people start getting concerned, worried, I think in this case a little excited that something may have happened. I think it's a funny reflection of how central the presidency has become to American political culture. That there is this kind of constant obsession about where the president may be, if they're in the public eye, if they're doing something. And I find that, I mean, separate and apart from Trump, I find the centrality of the president to everything we think about American politics to be not good, to be actually kind of one of the things that has fed into how we've got to where we are today.
I totally 100% agree.
All right, let me just flip it real quick for a second. I need to ask something. I want to see. What is this? Right. Damn. What was it? Let me see. This issue with what is it? You know what? Let me go back. Sorry about that. Wait 1 second. Hold on.
With that, and I do think also, Tim, part of what's driving it as well is I think there's a sense a lot of people
to looking at the president in this manner as some sort of like leader who has to be present all the time, or people start getting concerned, worried, I think in this case a little excited that something may have happened. I think it's a funny reflection.
Okay, so let me just pause this for a second. This situation, right? One of the issues that came up lately, it was Trump. What did they had the ICE raid at some South Korean car manufacturing company in the U.S. Where the assembly plant, I believe, and I think the whole thing was financed by the car company in Georgia, right? Let me see something here. Let me just flip over to we can take this one off, right? Yeah. Now let's just flip over to this one real quick. Let me see. That is, let's see here. I believe it's this story right here. Al Jazeera. Is it opening? Here we go. All right. Check this out. South Korea. Lee is set to meet Trump with trade and security high agenda, right? Now, this is after this car manufacturing thing. Seoul, South Korea. South Korean President, Lee Jae-myung is set to meet United States President Donald Trump for the first time in a high-stakes visit to the country's closest and most important ally. And so they invaded. They went in there with ICE and locked up a bunch of people that were there legally teaching the people of Georgia how to assemble their cars in the manufacturing place in the U.S. And isn't this what Trump wanted? And they went in there and locked their asses up. This is what you pay for in your taxes. Look, this is crazy. Let me see here. Engagement, blah, 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 not knowing how serious this connection with South Korea is. It's crazy, man. Discussion will focus on ironing out details in unwritten July trade deal, which involves South Korea agreeing to buy $100 billion in U.S. energy and invest $330 billion in the U.S. economy, right? But yet they invade the plant. This is crazy. And this is Tom Homan's, Mr. 50 grand Homan. That's what they're going to start calling his ass. What's up, 50 grand? You know what I'm saying? He's trying to sell shit, access to the president and shit. This corrupt ass dude. But his ICE, they go down there, Stephen Miller's ICE. Stephen Miller, the immigrant himself. He's an immigrant. He comes from an immigrant family himself that fled the Nazis and or that fled actually the Russians that were persecuting Jews. Actually, he fled that. His family fled that, and now he's in the U.S. pointing fingers at immigrants and other people that whose family members could have fought for the War of Independence. He doesn't know who those people are. They could have fought for the Civil War. They could have fought in the Vietnam War, South Korean War. They could have fought in in Afghanistan. He doesn't know. This guy just hates fucking people. But this is what they've been doing. Look at this. Accomplished First Lady Kim Hae-kyung Lee will start a delegation formed by the heads of South Korean top conglomerates, including Samsung Electronics. You see, this is how embedded they are. SK Group, Hyundai Motor, and LG. Now, let me see something here. Let me go back. Let me go to the ICE raid real quick. Boom. Let's see here. ICE raid. Here we go. This is the daggone ICE raid. The workers arrived back home after the ICE raid. This is crazy. Look at this. This is crazy, man. This is just crazy. This is what it is. This is what folks voted for.
The scariest part was when the ICE agents with guns suddenly burst into the office and told us to come out. I panicked and went completely blank. I felt sick.
We've seen the videos of the workers in handcuffs and in chains. Is this what they did to you?
Yes, one by one, we were cuffed at the wrists, then chained at the waist, and shackled at the ankles. Then we were put on a bus. I couldn't understand why we were being treated this way.
How did they treat you when you got to the detention center?
They put us in a room with about 60 to 70 people and locked the door behind us. I had a panic attack. I just stood there, trembling.
What was it like sleeping there on your first night?
The room was very cold. We weren't even given blankets for 2 days. I was wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt, so I put my arms inside my clothes.
Right. So, you see, just treating people cruelly for nothing. What's the point? What was the point in that? Just to show people that you have extra disdain for them for some reason that you can't explain. Is this to purposely harm the U.S. relationships with other countries? You see, how can you have disdain for people that work together, voluntarily work together with your country happily? How can you have disdain for them? How can you have disdain for people that also respect you? What's that all about? But somehow MAGA finds a way.
And wrap myself in a towel.
Look. Other countries want to make money and trade with people, and they show that through how they treat folks. This new administration doesn't seem like how you treat people matters. Again, it's that stock market is booming thing. It's that money matters over humanity. Just being human. It doesn't matter how much money you have. You're just another person. You're no more special than any other person. If other people don't want you to walk down the street, you won't. You won't. That's really how things work. Having more money than someone else doesn't make you better than anyone else at all. You can be fucked up like Donald Trump. You can be fucked up like Elon Musk. You could be fucked up like them. Seriously. You could be out there putting the Nazi, Heil Hitler sign up there in meetings. You could be up there raiding people's treasury, raiding people's health care. That doesn't make you a nice fucking person. But there's people that respect that more than they respect someone coming to their country, setting up a company, training the local people.
Try to stay warm.
Okay.
Talking to you about this now, I sense that you still find this very difficult to talk about, that you're still in a lot of shock.
That's right. When I first saw my family at the airport, I smiled and hugged them, but I couldn't feel anything. It was like I was hollow inside. It wasn't until my mom cooked me dinner that night that it really hit me, and I cried for the first time. And these days, when I'm outside, if I smell something similar to the prison, I start trembling and get short of breath, so I don't stay out for long.
You were in the States on a visa waiver on an ESTA, which allows you to have business meetings. But do you think in any way you overstepped the terms of your visa?
No, never. I only attended meetings and gave training presentations. That's all. So I never thought I was doing anything illegal. Honestly, my trust in the U.S. has been deeply shaken.
Yeah, and this is not the only individual. I mean, there's loads of people that feel this way right now, and it just is what it is. There's nothing that people can do about it. I mean, this is how folks want it to be in the U.S. right now. I mean, some folks, not all folks, but some folks. And this is how MAGA wants it to be. You know, MAGA wants it to be that way. So it is what it is. I mean, you can't run away from it. It just is the Trump administration doing what it wants to do, you know? And yeah, there's not a whole lot other people can do about it. But let me see here. What's the next one? This is right, here we go. Let's peep game here.
Overnight, a stunning development in Washington. A message from President Trump attacking his own attorney general and pressuring her to more aggressively prosecute his political rivals. This week starts right now.
I just want people to act. They have to act, and we want to act fast.
President Trump nominates one of his former defense lawyers to take over one of the most important U.S. attorney's offices in the country. And he lashes out at his critics, prompting a national debate over freedom of speech. Trump suggests regulators pull networks off the airwaves over critical coverage.
I would think maybe their license should be taken away.
Okay, so freedom of speech, right? Protected. Speech is protected. Pretty much, even if it's hate speech. Speech that doesn't as long as it doesn't explicitly say, I want to kill you or I'm going to hurt you in plain language, you know, according to the U.S. law, that's pretty much legal. And there are some other special cases where it could be illegal, right? You could get your ass sued. Criminally, may not be the case. You see what I mean? But so there's a difference between criminal law and civil law in terms of hate was viewed as hate speech, right? And but nonetheless, we get into the conversation about freedom of speech, right? Now, how many of you agree with Pam Bondi on this matter of hate speech? If you agree with Pam Bondi, put a 1 in the chat. And if you don't, put a 2 in the chat. I'm just curious.
NBC suspends Jimmy Kimmel Live over comments about Charlie Kirk following threats from the chairman of the FCC.
Frankly, when you see stuff like this, I mean, look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Prompting a widespread backlash.
That's censorship. That's state speech control.
That's right out of Goodfellas.
This morning, Senator Chris Murphy responds to the administration's latest threats. Chris Christie and Stephen A. Smith. And our roundtable on the political fallout. Vaccine confusion. RFK Jr.'s advisory committee changes its recommendation for multiple vaccines, drawing bipartisan.
I mean, you know, look, going after your money, going after your security, going after your freedom of speech, and now going after your health. And going after your political rivals.
Partisan concern.
Vaccines are safe and effective.
I can promise you there will be some hepatitis B transmission.
I'll speak to former CDC Director Dr. Richard Besser.
From ABC News, it's This Week. Here now, Jonathan Karl.
Who do you think the vaccines affect most? Just off the bat, let me know if there's any particular groups of people you think these vaccines like this hepatitis B affects.
Good morning. Welcome to This Week. Later today, family, friends, and supporters of Charlie Kirk will gather in Glendale, Arizona for his memorial. The 31-year-old activist's murder shocked the nation, and it was condemned by sensible and compassionate people in and out of politics and across the political spectrum. It has also been senselessly celebrated by some, a small minority who didn't like what Kirk stood for and thought it was somehow therefore justified. Celebrating or excusing violence is abhorrent. The murder of Charlie Kirk was not a political act. It was a gruesome crime. His alleged killer now faces the death penalty. Our thoughts this morning are with the Kirk family, especially as two young...
Have you noticed that the killer, quote unquote, the alleged killer, that's what we have to say, right? The alleged shooter actually is not talking to the police. Did you know that? And I think that kind of changes it for me, because I'm curious, like, from what the news media has said, he's put everything out there in writing, right? So why would you not talk about the police if it's so obvious that you did it, right? So that's gotten me to start thinking that maybe there's more to this story after all. Like, maybe, I don't know. What do y'all think? I mean, I don't know, but it seems like it's good advice to not talk if you're the shooter, obviously, or if you're accused of it. It's good. It's smart to not talk. But I mean, these writings, dude, does that go together? Does it seem, to me, it seems like that doesn't go together at all. Like, if you don't want to talk about it, why did you explain it all in an email unless that email's fake? You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't get it. I'm not getting it. It just doesn't match up to me. But
young children who will now grow up without their father. Whatever you think of his political views, and there are many who were deeply offended by things he said, Charlie Kirk was an unwavering advocate for free speech. On a personal note, he was always willing to engage.
That's what I was saying. He's got to be the hero for free speech. No, man, you can't preach hate and then say that you're doing it to advocate for free speech. Free speech, you can do anything you want with free speech. I mean, but this guy, you can't hate so many goddamn people. Like, that's hard to do. Like, to go outside and you just blame every single thing that's not right in your life on somebody else for some other reason. Their color, their gender, their sexuality, their nationality, their language, how they look. You know what I'm saying? It's like, goddamn, how can that be real? You know, so I don't buy it for a second. I don't believe it's real. I think he was hustling the poor by using hate speech and using it at other people's expense. A real price, something people have to pay for. You know, people pay for the hate speech. Just like they tried to say that the Democrats and the left saying all these things about Charlie Kirk is incited the killer to do this, blah, blah, blah. So it's hate speech, right? Isn't that what Pam Bondi's talking about?
With me and answer my questions. He welcomed debate with those he disagreed with. He did not try.
I don't see Americans going anywhere on this trying to convince people that hate speech is freedom of speech. I mean, I know it is, but that doesn't mean what Charlie Kirk was doing was advocating for free speech. No, he was preaching fucking hate. He wasn't advocating for free speech. I mean, come on. If everybody advocated, I'm a free speech advocate too. You don't see me going out here saying racist things about white Americans or racist things about any people, you know? And this guy he's the champion just because he said rotten shit about people. That makes no sense. Don't buy it. He got a check, y'all. He got paid money. He got paid money for saying that shit. Like, seriously, I just think that's so phony. I don't buy it at all. I think that is, if you buy it, I think it's because you have low standards, very low standards and expectations, you know?
Tried to silence his critics. He listened to them and tried to change their minds. As Charlie Kirk's body is laid to rest, that core principle is under attack in America. The very latest, a new policy at the Pentagon that would require reporters to pledge that they won't gather or use information, even unclassified information, that hasn't been expressly authorized for release, and will revoke the press passes of reporters who do not obey. That's a policy you might expect to see in China, Russia, or North Korea, but not in the United States. And the move at the Pentagon follows a series of steps by the federal government to silence voices seen as critical of President Trump. President Trump began the week by suing the New York Times for defamation, alleging articles in a book by reporters were, quote, specifically designed to try and damage his business, personal, and political reputation. That lawsuit was thrown out on Friday by a federal judge who called the complaint, quote, improper and impermissible, and said the president's lawsuit attempted to use the courts to rage against an adversary. While President Trump was suing the New York Times, Attorney General Pam Bondi said the Justice Department would crack down on what she called hate speech.
We will
exactly, they're gaslighting. You know what I'm saying? Bits talking about, what did Bits say? This guy attempts to weaponize empathy in order to induce guilt or shame where none should. Exactly. That's exactly what he is an abuser. Charlie Kirk is an abuser. He's a mental abuser. You know what I'm saying? Like what he did, that whole charade that he had going, if you go for it, it's basically gaslighting, you know, and it's going to hurt you. It's going to destroy your self-esteem from inside. You know, it's not such an innocent thing. It's terrible.
Absolutely target you, go after you. If
Look at
you
Pam
are
Bondi.
targeting anyone.
As if her word is good for shit anyway. Like, look at, here she's back at it again. We're going to target you. If you're doing this, this is exactly how she was talking about the Epstein files and shit. And now, it's like it just disappeared.
Complaint, quote, improper and impermissible, and said the president's lawsuit attempted to use the courts to rage against an adversary. While President Trump was suing the New York Times, Attorney General Pam Bondi said the Justice Department would crack down on what she called hate speech.
We will absolutely target you, go after you if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything. And that's across the aisle.
That comment drew backlash, including from
Wow, I have no confidence in that statement at all.
some of Donald Trump's most high-profile allies.
There's no sentence that Charlie Kirk would have objected to more than that. Any attempt to
This is
impose
so funny.
hate speech laws in this country is a denial of the humanity.
And this dude too, like when did he all of a sudden start, you know, becoming halfway correct, man? This dude was out there talking about hate for years, and now he's talking about, well, you know, to protect freedom of speech. Yeah, we know why you do it too. I mean, look, the bottom line is that he supported Trump. He supported Trump, and now he's trying to distance himself from Trump. So when everybody else said all these problematic things about Trump, including Kamala Harris, assholes like this were still capping for Trump. And now look at the United States of America. And trust me, if you are American and you voted for this and you have not admitted that that was the biggest mistake of your life, do you expect me to not drag you? Because it's going to get worse. Like, folks are going to literally watch me dragging them through this whole damn experience. That's crazy. And the entire world is going to watch MAGA people suffer for their own ignorance. I mean, this is incredible. It's incredible.
Of American citizens and cannot be allowed under any circumstances. That's got to be the red line.
They trusted people like this dude. Now he's against Trump. Now he's like, this is a red line. This is a red line. Oh, really? Huh? You think so? You think it's a red line, Tucker Carlson? You damn late, man. Like, wow.
Tuesday, I asked the president about the attorney general's comments.
What do you make Pam Bondi saying she's going to go after hate speech? Is that, I mean, a lot of your allies say hate speech is free speech.
She'll probably go after people like you because you treat me so unfairly. It's hate. You have a lot of hate in your heart. Maybe they'll come after ABC.
And on Wednesday, it was the chairman of the FCC that threatened to use the power of the government to silence the president's critics.
We can do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to change conduct, to take action, frankly, on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead.
Chairman Brendan Carr was referring to Jimmy Kimmel and these comments he made after the murder of Charlie Kirk.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Shortly after Carr's threat, two of the largest owners of local stations across the country, Nexstar and Sinclair, said they would stop airing Jimmy Kimmel Live. This as Nexstar is in the middle of a merger deal with another media company, a deal that requires Carr's FCC approval to move forward. Disney ABC then announced it would indefinitely suspend.
You know, it's total corruption right now. The entire country, it may not seem like that on the streets, but this is the prelude. It's like that in practice, you know. So it's going to hit the streets. The craziness is going to hit the streets at some point, because the effects of this lawlessness, it may take a little bit of time to trickle down, but the prices are going to hit people. It's about to hit harder, you know. And you know, the entire time they're going to harass people. Trump is going to harass folks. Trump is going to harass anybody, people that don't even listen to him. I mean, he's going after Pam Bondi. Can you believe that? Like, this dude literally is going after Pam Bondi. And Pam Bondi's been capping for him the whole time, but she's not capping enough. You know, she's a tool. You know, she's a tool. And keep in mind, Trump, he's always been using women. You see what I mean? He's been using and abusing women the entire time. So what do you think the likeliness of him not throwing out Pam Bondi like a piece of trash is? What do you think that likeliness is or isn't? I mean, I think it's highly likely, because I think this guy hates women, like literally, like hates them. He might have money. He might be able to keep them around him. He might be able to keep, you know, buying them. They may stay around because of his money, something like that. Get access. Same thing those little girls said back in the day about Jeffrey Epstein, right? He could help them. He promised them this and that, you know. And, you know, I just think pretty soon it's basically a wrap, because he's attacking everyone's freedoms. He's attacking everybody's freedoms. That can't end well. That can't end well.
Jimmy Kimmel Live, sparking an intense...
It's just not rational to think it can end well when you're attacking so many freedoms like this. It's
debate over free speech. Carr, however, suggested the FCC would continue to put pressure on television stations.
We at the FCC are going to enforce the public interest obligation. If there's broadcasters out there that don't like it, they can turn their license in to the FCC, but that's our job.
President Trump praised Disney's decision and targeted NBC late-night hosts Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers as the next that should go, writing on social media, "Do it, NBC." And Trump suggested the FCC revoke licenses from broadcasters that are critical of him.
He's telling he's on the attack. Trump is attacking everything. It's just getting more and more like a more volatile, more energy is going into this tornado. Like, this dude is like a tornado. That's the perfect word for it. It's like a hurricane, a storm about to come. And Trump, he just keeps winding it up every day, even more, going after more people, demanding more of everyone. It's like this guy is either going in the insane asylum, prison, both, or going to die pretty soon. That's what I'm looking at. You know, like if he doesn't die, then he's going to bow out of the presidency due to some sickness. They're going to start telling him pretty soon, because when you let people like this have too much power, they can't stop. And Trump cannot stop. He can't control it. He just can't.
Only bad publicity. Press.
I mean, this dude is literally ordering the military to shoot, to destroy Venezuelan boats without even going up on the boat to see what's on it, without apprehending anyone. Like, this is about as bad as it can get before it spills over and hurts thousands and thousands times more people. Like,
they're getting a license. I would think maybe their license should be taken away. It will be up to Brendan Carr.
The FCC's actions drew bipartisan criticism.
That is censorship. It is disgusting. It is a violation of the First Amendment.
I think it is unbelievably dangerous for government to put itself in the position of saying, we're going to decide what speech we like and what we don't, and we're going to threaten to take you off air if we don't like what you're saying.
Some legal experts doubt Carr has the right to strip licenses based on political content, but not President Trump.
They have to show honesty and integrity. And when they take a good, well, I think the people decide.
He said they have to show honesty and integrity. And that's coming from a megalomaniac, a narcissistic megalomaniac, right? Who's been given carte blanche, immunity. If you have immunity, do you have to operate with honesty and integrity?
That's why I'm president. When they take a
so that means you
when
decide
they take
whether...
a great success, like you often do, and you make it into like it's a loser, or you put a negative spin on it, I don't think that's right. So I think Brendan Carr is a great American patriot. So I disagree with Ted Cruz on that.
And in another effort to go after his critics this week, the president forced out the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, Eric Siebert, after his office failed to find any incriminating evidence of mortgage fraud against New York Attorney General Letitia James. James has long been in Trump's crosshairs after she successfully prosecuted the Trump Organization for fraud. After U.S. Attorney...
So Tom Homan can be caught on tape. Already admitted to being caught on tape. And get a pass for bribery, $50,000 bribery. And he's going around, instead of prosecuting that, apparently that's what they say, that Trump gave the order. I don't know, but they say the order came from Trump to let it go. You know, the FBI stopped prosecuting the case, right? And but Trump is out there trying to trump up charges on people just because they're political adversaries. You know, so in Trump's world, if you prosecuted him for a crime, it doesn't matter. You have to be prosecuted back. It doesn't matter if you committed a crime or not. You have to be prosecuted. You know, that's in his mind how things work. So anyone who is president who commits a crime, according to Trump, should prosecute the people that prosecuted him. Letitia James is the one that prosecuted him for, mortgage fraud and tax evasion and all kinds of shit in New York. This dude never paid taxes in New York City, the place where he grew up, his hometown. He robbed of hundreds of millions of dollars, the taxpayers. He didn't just rob innocent, people that don't exist. He robbed the actual taxpayer, meaning that money that they had to pay, it went to the government. But money that he would have had to pay, he decided to not pay it, go around the books, commit fraud to not pay it. Now, imagine if the average American citizen could commit fraud like that and get away with it. That would mean you wouldn't pay any federal or state tax. That's what that would mean. Let me ask y'all something. If you think Americans should have the same benefit, get away with the same crime that Trump got away with, that is to not pay federal taxes or state taxes, put a 1 in the chat if you think Americans should pay no tax. Put a 1 in the chat. No tax at all. Just forget the taxes. Put a 1 in the chat. If you think Americans should keep paying taxes, put a 2 in the chat. If you think it's fair, if you think taxes should go to the government at all, you tell me what you think. I'm just curious because Trump didn't pay taxes. That's what he was prosecuted for. And now he wants the person that prosecuted him to be prosecuted. Just how convenient that could be if we could all do that. Yeah, if you prosecute me for something, I want to prosecute you back.
Siebert failed to prosecute James. Trump told me he wanted Siebert out. Hours later, he submitted his resignation. And overnight, an extraordinary statement from President Trump. It appeared to be a direct message to his Attorney General, Pam Bondi, but it was posted on Truth Social for the world to see, pressuring her to prosecute his political enemies. The president wrote in part, Pam, I have reviewed over 30 statements and posts saying that essentially same old story as last time.
Nah, Ghost. I'm saying no taxes to go towards anything. Nothing. Not to the federal government, not to the state, nothing. Who's for that? Are you for that? Just let's leave Israel out of it, because that's just a tiny bit of what your tax dollars do, right? I'm just saying all taxes, no taxes. Forget paying tax dollars for schools, for public institutions at all. No government, don't pay taxes for the government. Let the government get that from tariffs. Like Trump said, forget personal income tax. So do you want to get rid of personal income tax on the federal and state level? Because that's what Trump did. Trump didn't pay taxes. That means he committed fraud. That means his money, his personal money, didn't go to Israel because he didn't pay taxes. Would you like the same? Would you like to get rid of your income tax, federal and state income tax, and forget paying for any of the institutions that, or services that goes to right now? I'm just curious, because the only reason why I'm saying that is because Trump got away with that. And when he was prosecuted, now he wants to prosecute the people that prosecuted him for not paying taxes. You see what I'm saying? That's all I'm getting at.
Talk, no action, nothing is being done. We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility. They impeached me twice. They indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now. And I am joined now by Democratic Senator from Connecticut, Chris Murphy. Senator Murphy, let's start right there with those words towards Pam Bondi. The president mentioned some of his enemies, including James Comey, the former FBI director, Letitia James. It sounds like he is directly ordering his attorney general to prosecute his enemies.
This is one of the most dangerous moments America has ever faced. We are quickly turning into a banana republic. The President of the United States is now employing the full power of the federal government, the FCC, the Department of Justice, in order to punish, lock up, take down off the air all of his political enemies. As you know, this is what happens in Iran. This is what happens in Cuba. This is what happens in China, in deeply repressive states in which if you have the courage to stand up and speak truth to power, you are silenced. I mean, there is no more fundamental right in America than the right to protest your government. And the question today is, when is enough for Republicans? I was very glad to see Ted Cruz stand up and say what is simply true. It is unconstitutional and deeply immoral for the president to jail or to silence his political enemies. And it will come back and boomerang on conservatives and Republicans at some point if this becomes the norm. But next week, we need every Republican in the Senate, in the House, not only speaking up, but going to Donald Trump and telling him that they are not going to let him get away with this massive new contraction of speech. This is a decisive moment for the country. It is a decisive moment for Republicans who have to decide to preserve this core fundamental American value, the freedom of speech.
Okay, we'll get to the speech aspect of this in a second, but first, what we saw from him overnight with this statement to Pam Bondi, and what we saw Friday with the firing, he said it was a firing, of the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, who investigated Letitia James on this allegation of mortgage fraud, and who found no evidence to move forward with a criminal charge. The president believes that he knows he was targeted for multiple criminal prosecutions, spent most of his time after he left office fending those off, and now he wants to get retribution against those who he believes, he insists, went after him falsely.
Again, it's really important to underscore what happened here, right? This is a Republican U.S.
Exactly. It's a Republican U.S. Congress, Senate, and a Republican U.S. Supreme Court. And that's the reason why they allowed Trump to actually get back in office, because obviously that's what he would do, seek revenge. Also, not just seek revenge, because keep in mind, he was prosecuted for doing treasonous shit. So how can you get revenge on the fact that you've been charged for treason when you committed treason? You see what I'm saying? I mean, theoretical treason, maybe not criminal, but all intents and purposes, he gave access to people to top secret files that weren't involved in government. He brought the shit to his home. You see what I'm saying? Like that, he told nuclear secrets. And they let this person who was being prosecuted of that, they just allowed this dude to have immunity. And they did it because they were being partisan. So these judges weren't thinking about their country. They weren't thinking about the Constitution. They weren't thinking about what comes next. And who did they do that for? The dude that's was Jeffrey Epstein's best buddy. The guy that his new friend also was a friend of Ghislaine Maxwell, or an associate of Ghislaine Maxwell back in the 90s, who happens to be the richest man on earth. I mean, this is what they did for being zealots, Republican zealots. You know, they actually sold their own safety of their country out, like literally. It's shameful. It's shameful. They're just way too partisan.
Attorney in Virginia.
They're extremists. They're extremists themselves.
Came to the conclusion that the Attorney General of New York did nothing wrong, that there was no evidence of a crime. And so Donald Trump, because he doesn't care about the facts, all he cares about is the threat of imprisonment for his political enemies, so that it suppresses the speech of other people who might speak up, is now going to put his own political loyalist in charge of that investigation. And again, I think you have to put it in an even broader context, because there's two things happening. One, you are going to be prosecuted for political speech in this country, but you are also going to be excused. You are going to be let off for real, actual criminality if you are a supporter of the president. Witness what happened to every single violent January 6th protester let out of jail. See what happened to Tom Homan, his border czar, who literally accepted a bag of cash, $50,000. It's crazy. And the investigation was dropped once Donald Trump became president. So there are just two standards of justice now in this country. If you are a friend of the president, a loyalist of the president, you can get away with nearly anything, including beating the hell out of police officers. But if you are an opponent of the president, you may find yourself in jail. Again, that is Cuba. That's Iran. That's Russia. That is not the United States. And this just has to be a moment where...
It is now. It is now the United States. And everybody that goes along with it has to wear that, you know. And if you don't know the difference, maybe you should get out and travel a little bit. See what's going on in some of these countries before you take it so lightly. And I think that's the crazy part about it, because, you know, thinking that China doesn't scare its neighbors and thinking that Russia doesn't scare its neighbors is stupid, because if you ever go to these places, you will find out yourself that they do. And, you know, to not understand those kind of dynamics and then align yourself with those very forces against your own countrymen is despicable and ignorant.
Leader.
But hey, Elon Musk and Trump, they brought all of that to the party.
Come together, whether you were Republican or Democrat, and say enough is enough.
Let me ask you, you introduced a bill called the No Political Enemies Act, and you say it creates a specific legal defense for those targeted for political reasons. Doesn't the First Amendment cover that? Is it necessary to have another piece of legislation? I mean, we have a First Amendment. It is the First Amendment to the United States Constitution.
Yeah, listen, I think what Brendan Carr has done at the FCC is illegal and unconstitutional, and if it's contested in court, I think he will lose. The problem, though, is that increasingly you have Trump sycophants, not just in charge of the DOJ, but sitting in courthouses all over the country. And so you have a legal system that is increasingly getting rigged against those who are daring to speak up against the president. Our legislation just simply makes it easier for you to raise First Amendment defenses in court. It doesn't create any new rights, new constitutional rights. It just makes it simpler for people to say when they show up to court, listen, I did nothing wrong here. All I did was speak my mind. It creates an easier avenue for you to contest a prosecution that's been brought against you for just speaking politically about the president. I wish this legislation weren't necessary, but I think we're going to need some exceptional new tools at an exceptional moment.
You've probably seen that a lot of people on X and social media are recirculating something that you said back in 2018, arguing that what you said now shows you to be hypocritical in what you're saying now. Let me just read from this tweet from yours, and it was still a tweet back then. Private companies deciding not to let their companies be used to spread hate and lies is not the same as government censorship. If it feels the same, then we need to ask why a small handful of companies have so much control over the content Americans see. So, you know, a lot of the president's allies will point to a decision like the one made by ABC Disney regarding Jimmy Kimmel and saying, look, this is a private company making a decision that a private company has a right to do.
Well, I think there's a real difference because these companies made that decision in the context of a threat from the FCC, right? This is a federal regulator who is using the power of government to coerce both Nexstar and ABC to take Jimmy Kimmel down off the air. Listen, every single president, every single politician has drawn issue with something that a media figure has said and may use the power of persuasion to try to get them to change what they say. That's very different than using the power of government in a coercive way. That's actually illegal. The Supreme Court has said, no, you cannot use the regulatory power of the government to say to a broadcaster, if you don't say what I want you to say as the President of the United States, there will be a official legal consequence. That's illegal, and that's the fundamental difference here.
So I want to turn to another subject in the brief time we have left. There was a poll out about the Democratic Party. There was a poll out earlier this month from Gallup that asked views of socialism and capitalism. And I want to take a look at this part of that poll. It showed that 66% of Democrats have a favorable view of socialism. Independents, 38%, just 38%. Republicans, 14%. Is that the future of the Democrat?
All right. You know, a lot of Americans, they use that term socialism. That it's a confusing term for a lot of people because it doesn't really tell you what you mean. You know, that can be interpreted in a lot of ways, socialism. But I can tell you from a practical understanding, right? I live in a country, it's called Denmark. And although I'm an American citizen, right? I live in Copenhagen, Denmark. And socialism, I don't think socialism in the classical term exists. It doesn't exist, really. If you want to find it where it exists, that type of dynamic, that would be like Vietnam, you know, that would be like certain areas of the world. It's only a few, North Korea, you know, very extreme. But social democracy is a little different, you know, because that means there's more nuances to it, right? So like here in Denmark, it's a capitalistic engine, you know, free trade. You sell the products for what you want is what the economic engine is. People get paid according to their education, their skill, how long they, you know, how much skills they have and how long they've been in their trade. All right. So everyone doesn't get paid the same. So then that's not, you know, classical or, you know, socialism or anything like that. You see what I'm saying? But what people more popularly call it is collective bargaining. When it comes to health care, when it comes to education, That's where people collectively bargain and all pay into. Just those things. You see? So if you want to be broke and poor, you can still be broke and poor, but it's just not inhumane broke and poor. It's just not homelessness broke and poor. It's you're in a home, you're surviving, you're not thriving, you're not getting what you might want, but you're not totally ass out. Like in the US, people are literally roaming the streets because they have a mental illness. That's what they call homelessness in the US. You have a mental illness. It doesn't matter what your mental illness is. You could have served in the military. You could have done anything. There's so many different factors that would make you a homeless person. Whereas though in Denmark, that's not the case. You know, mental illness is recognized. A lot of other varying factors are recognized. You know, children have stronger rights. You see what I mean? Hence the access to education, not being connected to your parents, not being connected to how rich you are. In other words, a person that's rich in Denmark and a person that's poor in Denmark can both go to the same medical school for the same price. They can both go to a rich and a poor person can both go to the hospital and see the same doctor, the rich person and the poor person. That's basically where it is, you know, collective bargaining. And I think when they're in the media, they start describing it as socialism. I think the media has failed the U.S. when it talks about these things, you know. So I just want to say that I'm hearing this for the first time, by the way, y'all. In case you don't know, I'm only giving my commentary. I haven't heard this before, which is why, if you weren't here in the beginning, I explained why I'm going to play some of this stuff before we even get into it. But yeah, so just so you know, right, my thoughts on that. Let's hear some more now. And by the way, the Discord thing is going to be open soon. So if you want to actually hop up and say a few things in a respectful way, in an intelligent way, in a way befitting how intelligent you are, you know, then people can actually get up here. Now, I don't want no stupid asses hopping up, you know, because I'm going to block you, all right, for good. And then you can get a new account and come back. But, you know, for people that want to have a real conversation regarding the situation in the U.S. with Trump, fellow Americans especially, right, you can hop up and dialogue with me, another fellow American, and we can chop it up. But let me play this. I'm gonna put the Discord link in the chat in a sec.
Is a more favorable view of socialism?
No, it is not. But I have seen, I think, even more interesting polling that shows you across party identities, people in this country are sick and tired of corporations having so much control over our lives and are sick and tired of work not paying. So I think the Democratic Party has an opportunity to reach into Donald Trump's base to really build upon a potential realignment in this country if we are aggressively talking about deconstructing concentrated corporate power, including in the media, and we are talking about fundamentally increasing the amount of money that people make and the protections that they have when they go to work. That's not socialism. That's just right-sizing the economy so that people have power instead of corporations having power. And frankly, I think that's why a candidate like Mondami in New York is doing so well, because he's talking about transitioning power from people that don't have it to people that.
Yeah. I think when they talk about socialism, and I think this is what you got to pick up on. This is ABC, or no, what is this? Is this NBC? Yeah, this is ABC. So it's corporate media. So they got a tax break that you didn't get. You see what I'm saying? And so when they start talking about this topic of socialism, right? When they start talking about it, it is a little slanted or biased, or a lot of bias, which you can hear from the top, right? They give you an illusion. Like, again, socialism is then when he's talking about socialism, he's not talking about what Europeans have. Although Europeans don't frown upon socialism necessarily in any, in in any derogatory way. They see it for what it is, just like a lot of different forms of government, you know. But that's not what's going on in Europe. Socialism is not what's going on in Europe. Collective bargaining on healthcare, and collective bargaining on education, and maybe some lower income housing. That's what's going on here. The markets are capitalistic markets. People don't get paid the same for the same job, or for there's some nuances in it. So socialism will be where everybody gets paid the same, no matter what job they do, and no matter how good or bad they are. Right? Everybody gets the same, and the only people that run things is the state, and you don't really even get a right to vote. That's socialism. You see what I'm saying? What's happening in Europe is not that. They hold elections every year, just like the U.S. does. Local elections and parliamentary elections, and the leader of the parliament, the head of state elections. Right? It's more democratic because they also, a lot of these EU states, like the Scandinavian and like Denmark, are both their own nation and members of the EU. So they have a state parliament, and they're part of the EU parliament. So there's a lot of democracy going on there, but they invest more in the futures of their people, education and health. That is a core investment you can make in your own population, and that's an investment towards fighting crime. Education is fighting crime. You see, healthcare is for everybody is fighting crime. You see, that's what real crime busters do. They allow people to have access to opportunity, and by the way, access to life to contribute into the society. But in any case, let me let some more of this play. Let me let it play. Sorry.
So I think that's the message that ultimately has the potential to unite a lot of right and left.
We're out of time, but very quickly, is Chuck Schumer making a mistake by not endorsing Mamdani? He's like the only major political figure in New York, it seems, that was not endorsed.
Yeah, I guess I don't sort of give advice to my colleagues about who they endorse and who they don't endorse. I think the success of his candidacy is a really important signal to Democrats and Republicans about the power of taking on concentrated corporate power, and I hope that at least my party learns from that.
All right, Senator Chris.
Facts. Yeah, I like how he answered that question too. He didn't fall for the Democrats against one of their own dialogue. It's nah, man. You got to do what you got to do, and you can't sit there and start blaming each other just because someone doesn't do something when you think it should be done. It's like, there's a little bit of time, and I like what Mamdani is doing, and I don't expect the leaders in the Democratic Party to just jump out and support anybody. You know what I mean? But and I don't think we should want that. But it is beginning to appear that a lot of Dems and people that are high ranking are starting to point in his direction, and I don't mean at the top, but I mean folks that are well known, that have significant records, are supporting Mamdani. So that's great.
Murphy, thank you for being with us this morning.
Appreciate it.
That's a look at the long lines outside of State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona this morning.
All right. So here we go to the Charlie Kirk shit,
where Vice President Vance, President Trump, and many others will be attending the memorial service for Charlie Kirk. Let's go to ABC's Matt Rivers in Arizona on the heightened security at the event and what to expect later today. Matt.
Hey, good morning, John. We're just outside the venue here in Glendale, Arizona, where this memorial is set to take place at 11 a.m. Pacific time. You can see it's very early in the morning, and yet there's already hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people lining up to get into the venue. Organizers saying it's going to take a long time to get in because of the added security elements that have been put in place. This is the kind of security levels that we see for Super Bowls. I'm talking thousands of law enforcement officers that are going to be here today to make sure that this goes smoothly. And of course, tensions ratcheted up a little bit over the weekend after authorities arrested a man pretending to be law enforcement outside of the venue. He was armed, according to police. So that gives people the sense of the sort of threats that we're facing here at this point, and it's just adding to what's been a very tense time in the country. Obviously, since Kirk's killing, the threat of violence very much on people's minds, including on the minds of Secret Service, because we know President Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, the vice president, will be here today among a long list of speakers, including Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, Tucker Carlson, Donald Trump Jr., big names within the conservative politics world, no question about that there. Kirk, of course, a controversial figure in the country, but people who will be showing up here today, many of them really view him as almost a political martyr of sorts in their continued political movement in their fight in this country. John, a very, very big event here in Glendale and a massive security presence to boot.
Our thanks to Matt.
This is crazy. The people are like looking at this dude as a martyr, you know, and, you know, maybe he is a martyr in some kind of sense, but I don't think it's for freedom of speech. You know, I think it's just, for like the fact that he was a Christian and he was a right-wing Christian. I think that's really what it comes down to. Freedom of speech, I think that's phony when they say that about him. If he's a martyr, it's not for freedom of speech. It's just a martyr for people that go out and say hateful things to people and end up getting hurt. Yeah, so those types, he's a fucking martyr, because not everybody spends their whole goddamn day going around from town to town going like, you didn't do good enough. And you, who are you? You're not even a real person. And you shouldn't, you know, talking this way. This is what the right wing does. Even so much that they even had a broadcaster, a host or a guest on Fox News talking about euthanizing homeless people. You know, this is how far it's gone with this party. And you expect people to just sit up there and listen to you say, hey, maybe we should just kill you and solve the problem that way. Huh? Should we? That's peaceful words. Don't you like how I'm spreading peace? Make me a hero for spreading peace by saying I should euthanize you. Aren't those just nice words? I'm saying it for freedom of speech. Shouldn't we euthanize all of you? I'm a freedom of speech patriot. We should euthanize all you people we don't like, right? Shouldn't we do that? And make me a patriot? You know? That's literally what is going on. So this guy is not he's not a martyr for freedom of speech. He's a martyr for people that preach hate and go around from town to town and don't have anything else to do but preach hate about other people that fucking contribute just as much as you. I mean, think about this. This guy wasn't worth shit before he picked up the hate speech thing and to get a check. Basically to get a check. That's what he did. And he got a lot of checks when he started preaching that hate speech. You know, where'd that money come from?
You can see full coverage of today's memorial service streaming at 2 p.m. Eastern on ABC News Live. The roundtable is next. We are back in a moment. All right, and now the roundtable is here. Former DNC chair Donna Brazil, Bernie Sanders' 2020 campaign manager Faz Shakir, and the editor of the SCOTUS blog, Sarah Isgur, and in a debut here on This Week, executive editor of the Daily Signal, Rob Bluey. All right, Sarah, as a former spokesperson for the Department of Justice, I have to ask you, what is the impact when the President of the United States puts out a message like he did last night, basically slamming his attorney general for not prosecuting his enemies?
This is bad for the Department of Justice. It's bad for the country. But I do think we should take a bigger view here. When you look at during the Obama administration, using the power of the presidency to target Tea Party groups through the IRS. During the Biden administration, using the power of the presidency to target social media companies. Mark Zuckerberg saying they were threatened if they didn't take down information on COVID origins. And now using the power of the presidency, whether through the FCC or the Department of Justice, to limit criticism. We should be talking about the power of the presidency, because frankly, there is no legislation that is going to prevent abuses of power by the president. We have to take away that power. The FCC shouldn't have this power. The IRS shouldn't have this power. And until we're willing to talk about that, this is just going to turn into a tit for tat, and it's going nowhere good.
So I want to play something that Pam Bondi said at her confirmation hearing. This is when she was asked specifically about whether or not she would refrain from acting politically in that job. Take a listen.
That will not be the case
if I am Attorney General. I will not politicize that office. I will not target people simply because of their political affiliation. Justice will be administered even-handedly throughout this country.
All right, Donna, she's now going to...
So how did I know she was fake as hell when she, when she was getting appointed? Raise your hand, put a 1 in the chat if you knew she was fake as hell just upon her Senate hearings, her Senate appointment hearings. Let me know what you think. If you thought she was fake as hell back then, put a 1 in the chat.
You have to test that proposition.
Absolutely. Look, she's the chief law enforcement officer of the United States of America. She should hold that position in high regards. What we're seeing now is a pressure campaign. Like we see a pressure campaign across the board in the Trump administration. Do as I say or else. And what I saw last night, I was shocked. It looked private, but it became a public attack on the Attorney General.
Yo, big up to Brazil here, actually. She's been quite successful commentator for a while and political analyst, yo.
I want you to, go ahead and prosecute my enemies. Go ahead and find dirt on my enemies, or else. That's what Donald Trump, that's the signal he was sending to Pam Bondi last night.
When you pull back out and you look at the politics, the wheels are coming off the Trump train a bit, and he knows it. You see this standing on the economy. People are getting angrier and angrier that he isn't looking out for them. Healthcare premiums higher, electricity bills higher, grocery prices higher. He's seeing that in the polls. So now a couple of things are happening. Distraction. So, hey, I got to get on my front foot. I'm going to go attack my opponents. And he's looking for somebody to blame. So if I'm going down, instead of being a president with honesty and credibility says, I want to look out for people, I'm going to find somebody else. I'm going to say it's John Carl's fault that things are going terribly.
So Rob,
What's
we
up,
understand
Thorben?
our reporting is that the leadership of the Department of Justice, Pam Bondi, Todd Blanche, opposed what Trump did on Friday, which was fire the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia because he didn't find evidence to prosecute the president's enemies, Letitia James specifically, and James Comey.
John, one of the most important roles of a president is obviously picking personnel, and President Trump has been...
How do y'all think that's going to play out between Bondi, Cash Patel, and Trump on this issue? Let me know what you think. Let me know what you think about that. Since they didn't go through, they couldn't get anybody, Well, it appears people stepped down, right? So it's not over yet, but let me know how you think that's going to play out.
Known over the course of his first term and now the second term that he wants people in those positions who are going to move swiftly and get things done. And so if the president is displeased with somebody, it's his prerogative to remove them from a position. That's all. Personnel is policy in Washington, D.C. We all know that. And so ultimately, if a cabinet secretary may disagree with the president on that, that's a battle that will obviously play out. But in this particular case, I think what you're seeing is a frustration by President Trump that things are not moving swiftly enough. Secondly,
swiftly enough on what?
Swiftly enough across the board. I think that he wants these investigations to come to a conclusion. The president said, if they're guilty, let's make sure that we pursue that. If they're not guilty, that's fine too. I mean, those were the president's words.
The timing is that the statute of limitations is about to run in a week, and so they either have to bring charges or they don't.
Against
and
James.
if they don't have evidence to bring to a grand jury, this is going to be incredibly embarrassing for them.
But our understanding is they spent 5 months, that office, this is one of the most important U.S. attorney's offices in the country, spent 5 months looking into this allegation of mortgage fraud and found there wasn't evidence to bring a case.
In fact, if anything, they found evidence on the
Exonerating
opposite.
her.
Yes, correct.
Okay, I want to move to the other part of this, which is the free speech component. An editorial in the Free Press, Barry Weiss, Free Press, about what happened with Disney, ABC suspending Jimmy Kimmel's show. Take a look at this. They write, the circumstances under which he has been suspended should alarm anyone who cares about free speech. Is it now Trump administration policy to punish broadcasters for comedy that doesn't conform to its politics? That is censorship. For the MAGA crowd who might like what they're seeing from Carr, remember that Democrats will wield this power again, and when they do, they will play by new rules that Carr and the Trump administration just established. Rob, let me ask you, we saw very strong words from Ted Cruz and from Tucker Carlson, highly critical of what the FCC is doing. Where does MAGA world break down on all
Well,
this?
John, I do have sympathy for those who have concerns about free speech. I came to Washington, D.C. My first job was to defend reporters who were facing free speech challenges. And we ourselves have suffered under the Biden administration when the Biden White House revoked the credentials of the Daily Signal and 440 other reporters 2 years ago in 2023. And so I know what it's like to be on the receiving end. At the same time, I think we need to take a step back, hopefully, and judge that Brendan Carr was asked his opinion on a podcast. He gave his opinion. He did not institute any sort of...
I'm sorry. Yo, I got to ask. I'm sorry. I got to ask. Spooky Truth. What state you in? What state you in, Spooky Truth? Just curious.
regulatory action against ABC. It was Nexstar and Sinclair that decided to preempt the show, which is what prompted ABC to do
well, that's what this editorial is about, jawboning. When an official that has the power goes out and says that kind of stuff, the Supreme Court has said that can be a form of censorship.
Yeah,
Donna.
he sent a message. No question that Brendan, who in the past has spoken out in terms of free speech, he's been an advocate of speaking truth to power. And when you lose that right, when you lose that ability to hold elected leaders and others accountable, when a comic cannot make a mistake and then come back and correct his mistake, when we've reached this destination in our country where people cannot criticize official leaders, then we're losing a key guardrail of our democracy.
Yeah, I would just, to my friends on the right, with all due respect, I do think we're in a different moment. This isn't tit for tat. This isn't like something in the past. I believe, and you may disagree with me, that this is something very different. This isn't a person looking out for trying to solve for COVID or some issue that is relevant to the American public. This is a person who's looking out purely for their own self-interest, self-preservation. Me, Trump, my cronyism, go and defend my personal interests, dear Department of Justice, dear IRS, dear Fed Reserve. Whatever it is I want, you are supposed to do pure, nonstop. That's what's being governed here. This is the interest of Trump.
I actually don't disagree on that, but the mechanisms by which to do it, saying if we will take away your Section 230 protection in the Federal Communications Decency Act if you don't take down this speech that we don't like on your platform, is what the Biden administration did, add in more curse words, according to Mark Zuckerberg. Look, I think it's great that we saw so many voices from across the spectrum on the right absolutely going after Pam Bondi for her statements about hate speech. But you know what sort of struck me? Ted Cruz isn't a podcaster. I mean, he said that on a podcast. He's a U.S. senator. The actual solve for this is to do something, to actually have political accountability, which is the job of a senator. Actually
We'll see where he goes with this. Hey, but before we go, I see that my friend Donna's got a book over there. It's the new Kamala Harris book.
It's not autographed, John, so it may not be worth a lot right now.
So this book has created quite a stir. It's not even out. It comes out on Tuesday, but obviously excerpts out. I want to read from one of the excerpts where she describes a phone call that she got from Joe Biden the day of her debate with Donald Trump. Joe then rattled on about his own former debate performances. I beat him the other time. I wasn't feeling well the last one. He continued to insist that his debate performance had not hurt him much with the electorate. I was barely listening. Now, she also says that she was wondering why he was distracting her when she had to be concentrating and getting ready for debate. She seems quite upset with her.
And you know what Doug said to her at that moment?
Yeah.
Day 56, let it go. Let it go. Focus on what you're about to do. Look, if you've never been on a presidential campaign, if you've never run for president, this is a great book. It's a promise, a starter for young people who want to figure out what it's like to be on a campaign trail. From that vantage point of view, I enjoy reading the book. But from the vantage point of myself as somebody who knows what happened in 2024, it doesn't answer a lot of questions that we still need to learn from what happened. When you go from having 81 million people in 2020 to a little over 75 million, there are a lot of unanswered questions in this book, but it's a read in terms of what the future might look like for Kamala Harris, not the Democratic Party.
What do you make all the score settling here? And does she have a future? Is she?
I doubt it. No. I mean, you have to be somebody with. People are looking for people with conviction and integrity. In time of corruption, economic corruption, political corruption, who's going to have the honesty and integrity to stand up to power? And some of the decisions she's making, she said, I wasn't in control. It wasn't my fault. It was somebody else. I'm like, then who's in control? You don't listen to consultants in the donor class. If you want to step into the political arena, you stand on your own 2 feet. You make tough decisions, and you own them, and you have a vision and a strategy. And I don't think it came through.
Yeah, I don't buy that really what he's saying, to be honest, because I could understand if she wasn't the vice president, you know, and people make this mistake also, I believe. I mean, if you're the sitting vice president, meaning you're doing a job, you're likely not going to find any sitting vice president actually going against the president directly or openly. You won't see that. But because this was an election, right? Because and this is a different kind of election, because this is an election where you have a president who's already serving and pretty much being more effective, very effective, right, in a hostile situation. There's not a lot you could blame Biden for or go against Biden for, really. Not really. And the Supreme Court was definitely keeping Biden in check. It's a 6-1, or 6-4 Supreme Court. So 6 Republicans, and which is what you're about to see. They basically have given Trump something like 15 to 18 wins against 2 since the time he's been in office this time on the Supreme Court level. That's insane. So that's heavy bias against Democrats from the Supreme Court. And they were like that. Actually, the Supreme Court was like that basically when Biden was in office. The only difference is that Biden was reaching across the aisle, getting Republicans to vote on bills, having bipartisan bills be signed, you know, into law. And the Republicans were taking some of those bills to the Supreme Court and getting them stopped. Some of them, not all of them, but some of them. But most of Biden's stuff was way more bipartisan. Trump is partisan as hell. Trump is telling you right now he doesn't need Democrat votes. He's not looking for it. He wants Republicans to do this at the same time. And so Kamala's coming with that kind of background. So I don't buy what he's saying. If it was someone who wasn't a sitting president or a vice president, I would buy it. That's what I would be thinking. And of course, it makes sense in that case. But
it's a testament to the failure of the left.
Overall, yeah, you got to do what you got to do, right? In a dog-eat-dog world, we get that. But I think there's a lot of emphasis put here on the left losing it when, you're dealing with criminals that cheat. Unless you're planning on being a cheater, how you going to deal with it? Unless you plan on breaking the rules and doing things unethically, how are you going to deal with it? How are you going to deal with someone that breaks the rules in a system that requires honesty and integrity to be a big part of it? You see what I'm saying? So a lot of it is good faith. And Trump, he used the entire system, operated in bad faith, but the system dealt with him in good faith. Saying that, we have standards, we have a history, we have normal practices. And of course, no president would ever abuse immunity. No president would ever just abuse it that much. Come on, we have standards in the U.S., right? Wrong. You just found out that shit didn't work at all. Trump is not your regular U.S. president. He's doing things that have never been done. Period. You see what I mean? And when tried, looked down on, when even slightly tried, looked down on heavily by the population. And so who could expect all of that? So it does require ethics and good morals, the system for it to work. If you want to practice bad morals and bad ethics, then this is what the system looks like when it does that. This is what a corrupt United States looks like when people that just say, you know what? I'm Republican and we have 6 votes. So no matter what it is, we're just going to say yeah to it just because we're Republican and we signed up for that partisan debate. I think it doesn't work, and again, these Republicans are hurting Republicans more than anyone else. They're hurting the poor that live in Republican states and the middle class that live in Republican states more than anyone else, period. That is crazy.
On their
It's crazy.
increasing
to watch.
purity tests. You have Neera Tanden out there now saying they're going to have to start looking at candidates who might not agree with them on everything. Maybe a pro-life Democrat could do more for the party than anything else right now.
All right, we've got to take a quick break. Coming up, our next guests are never afraid to speak their mind. We have Stephen.
You see, this is where I'm saying you can't really trust legacy media, because then they come on with this. This is the idea. So they said all of that. Challenge how Kamala is doing. Kamala's criticizing other Democrats, and then the answer to that is maybe you should have the Democrats should have a pro-life candidate. Maybe they should have a pro-life candidate. That could be the answer. That's the easy answer. No, that's not the easy answer. That's stupid. That is stupid. You know, that is stupid. Women can die if they don't get an abortion. There's loads of women like that going to hospitals, you know, in that situation, you know, and to just make blanket abortion is illegal is crazy. It is unhealthy. It's dangerous. It's dangerous to your life, you know, and it's very misogynistic for men to play so much of a role in what a woman can do when they're not forcing vasectomies on men. You see what I mean? And if men ever had vasectomies, right, forced on them, meaning someone else telling you what to do with your body, right? If that ever happened to you, you would call that Nazi or Hitler, you know, like straight up. That's what's going on. What man wants his girlfriend, his wife, dying, suffering because of a fetus is not growing healthy in her body? Just because the heart is beating. Who would want that? Who would want that? That is crazy. That is crazy. There's loads of situations where babies and fetuses are not growing normal. As a matter of fact, what do you do when what do you do when the child is born with 6 fingers on a hand? What do you do? You know, what do you do? Do you cut the fingers off when they're an infant? Or do you just say, no, that's how God created it. That's a living creature. That's how he was born. What are y'all doing? What are y'all going to do? What do you do? I mean, it happens in the U.S. As a matter of fact, just to illustrate something here. Is this pulled up? Let me see here. Where is this at? Just to illustrate something here. Let me pull this off. Boom. Is it this? Right. I want people to check this out. Here we go. How many babies are born with an extra finger or other body part each year in the USA, and what is done about it upon birth? Let me just see something here, just to illustrate a point. Telling people what to do. I mean, you know, this goes back to the transgender shit, because people are born with all kinds of shit. You know, there's people born with 2 private parts. What do you call that person? What are you going to do with that person? If the person's born with a vagina and a penis, what you going to say? You're going to say they can't go in the man's bathroom, or you're going to say they can't go in the female's bathroom, or what? What is that person called? Is that a real person? I mean, I'm just going on this whole thing about Republicans trying to control people's body parts to the extreme, you know, and that's what this issue is about, you know, abortion and women. Look at this. Okay. What you're asking about extra fingers, toes, limbs falls under congenital anomalies or birth defects specifically. So they call it a birth defect. Is that Christian-like? What do you think, MAGA Mike Johnson? Does God make defects? MAGA Mike Johnson? Why should my tax dollars pay for this? You see what I'm saying? And even if my tax dollars didn't pay for it, it should be illegal. It should be illegal 1 in every 33 infants is born and has a birth defect, a structural change at birth. Polydactyly. Is that what it is? Yeah, polydactyly. One of the more extra fingers or toes is among the more common of such anomalies in upper extremities. For instance, the New York congenital malformations registry of over 4 million live births in 1992 to 2010. 4.8 million live births this way. Look, accounted for about 12,000. Okay, so 12,000 of those cases, damn, were people with an extra finger. That works out to be about 23.4 per 10,000 live births for upper extremity. Okay, that's just all upper extremity. To give perspective, 23.4 per 10,000 is roughly 1 in 427 births. Okay, so, you know, how many people is that? Right? And there's more. You see what I'm saying? It goes on and on. It's not just a finger or a toe. It could be many types of things. How many people are born a year with both sex parts in the USA? Let me just say that. Okay, here we go. In the USA, look, the most widely cited estimate is that about 1 in 2,000 live births. So you see, these are a lot of people. These are a lot of people. You know? And so just getting back to this right wing, I mean, they totally use issues like this and present them in some of the most phoniest ways, you know, and have people making decisions that they would otherwise not be making if they were informed.
Smith and former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie.
All right, let me pull this together.
Stephen A. on Sirius XM's POTUS channel 124.
Sorry about that tangent, but I just wanted to put that out there because when you look at the information, it makes people, you know, it makes you ask clear questions and makes people that typically don't seem to have any type of nuanced understanding of these issues, you know, it forces them to have an opinion that's a little bit higher, to step up, you know, in a high, you know, in another realm of understanding and see things for what they are, and also have to comment on it.
Stephen A. joins me now alongside former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie right here in the studio. Stephen A., let me start with you on the Kamala Harris book. Josh Shapiro told you, hey, she has to explain why she didn't speak up on Biden's ability to run earlier. You also said that her political career is over. What?
You see that? You see? So he have to go out here and take the most extreme opinion. And then, you know, and then everyone else is supposed to roll it back. He's like, her political career is over. Listen, if her political career is over, let's take a look at it, since that's what he wants to say. He wants to say that it's over, right? Wow. Boo. It has to be over. This is what he's doing, you know. It got to be so extreme, you know, the commentary on this. But let me see here. Let me pull this back up. Where is this at? Right. Is this around? Where's the next one at? Is it this? Okay. Here we go. Now let me get over here real quick. Kamala he's talking about her career is over. I wonder how long he's been a commentator. But let's take a look at this, because I just don't. Whenever I hear that, I hear this kind of misogynistic shit. He's so you know, strong on dissing a woman, and he is often, but But let's see here. Is this going to play back? Hold on. Can I do it like this? Oh, right. Laced white. Let's read it. Let's see here.
Here's a comprehensive summary of Kamala D. Harris's public career so far. Her major offices, how long she's served, some of her accomplishments, and notable firsts. If you want, I can also include criticisms or controversies. Public office positions and years served. Kamala Harris has held public office at city, county, state, federal levels. Below is a timeline of her major roles and how many years she's been in public elected office as of mid-2025. Position, term, start, end, duration, approx. Deputy District Attorney, Alameda County, CA, on 1990-1998. Biography, 8 years. Managing Attorney of the Career Criminal Unit, San Francisco DA's Office, 1998-2000. Discover the Networks, 2 years. Discover the Networks, Chief Head of Community and Neighborhood Division, San Francisco City Attorney's Office. 2000-2003 biography, quast 3 years. Discover the Networks, District Attorney, San Francisco, Jan 2004, Jan 2011. Wikipedia, 7 years. Wikipedia, Attorney General of California, Jan 3rd, 2011, Jan 3rd, 2017. Wikipedia, 6 years. Wikipedia, U.S. Senator, California, Jan 2017 to Jan 18th, 2021. Wikipedia, 4 years. Wikipedia, Vice President of the United States, Jan 20th, 2021, Jan 20th, 2025. Wikipedia, 4 years. Total years in public office. If you count from her first major elected role as San Francisco District Attorney in 2004 through her vice presidency ending in early 2025, that's about 21 years in elected public office. If you include her earlier legal prosecutorial roles, non-elected, going back to 1990, then her public service spans over 30 years in roles of legal, governmental authority. Discover the Networks. Key accomplishments and firsts. Here are some notable achievements, reforms, firsts, and initiatives. 1. Historic firsts. First woman, first black American, first Asian American Vice President of the U.S. Wikipedia. First woman, first black and South Asian American to be Attorney General of California. Wikipedia. First woman and first black and Asian American to serve as San Francisco District Attorney. Business Insider. First South Asian American U.S. Senator, second black woman Senator from CA. Wikipedia 2. Reform and advocacy work in prosecutorial roles. As San Francisco DA, she launched Back on Track, a program aimed at reducing recidivism among low-level drug offenders by providing job training and education. Biography. She established environmental crimes, justice units, and worked on truancy programs and efforts around community safety. Biography 3. Attorney General of California. She won major settlements. For example, a large settlement for mortgage foreclosure abuses in the billions for California. The White House. Took on for-profit education misconduct, human trafficking issues, consumer protection, environmental law enforcement. Biography.
All right,
refused to defend Proposition 8, same-sex marriage ban in court.
Here we go. Now, that was just to give people an idea, right, of what we're dealing with. When we listen to Stephen, however, right, Stephen, what does he say about Kamala Harris? I mean, he's so proud to say this too. Look at how stern he is. I'm the man who's going to whip her and put her in her place, keep her on the slave plantation, and show her that she ain't no better than the rest of us.
On SiriusXM's POTUS Channel 124, Stephen A. joins me now alongside former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie right here in the studio. Stephen A., let me start with you on the Kamala Harris book.
He hates Kamala Harris, like flat out, you know?
Josh Shapiro told you, hey, she has to explain why she didn't speak up on Biden's.
What's this dude's name? Stephen what? Look, hey, somebody put his name in the chat, y'all. What's his name? Stephen what? What's this guy's name? Let me know in the chat, because I have no clue what the hell his name is. Stephen something, right? He's always angry about, you know what I'm saying? What the hell? What she do to him? You know what I'm saying? You know, he had to come down. All right, Steve, thank you. Steven Smith, thank you, Eric. Yo, Eric Klein. Yo, this is crazy. This guy, let me just put this in chat GDP. And how long is Stephen Smith's career. Yeah, how long is your career? Now, he's been around, but damn, let's listen to it. Let's listen to what his accomplishments are. ESPN, I slam dunk a basketball. I slam dunked it in high school. I slam dunked it in college. I slam dunked it in the professionals. And that's exactly, look, how long? Just give me, damn, where does this say? As of 2025, that's around 30 to 35 years. Hold on. Now, where does this start? They count all kinds of shit for him, though. I started playing basketball when I was 7. I bet you that's where it started. Early 90s, exactly. Sports writer for Philadelphia Inquirer. Well, look. Inquirer cover, right. So he covered the 76ers. Oh, wow. What the fuck were you doing? She was out there prosecuting sex traffickers and fucking, and this dude was writing, he was on this, he's a professional jock writer for the 76ers and shit. What the? And they count this shit as a career. 1999, 2000. Hold on. Where is this? Y'all got to see this shit. Just so you know I'm not making this shit up. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. God, man. Sometimes I just wonder. Look at this. 1999 to 2000 began appearing on local and national sports radio. 2003 started as an NBA analyst on ESPN. In other words, know your goddamn place. Stay in your lane. Stay in your lane, man. Basketball is nowhere near here. No pun intended, but this is not a goddamn slam dunk contest. This guy, please don't listen to him, nobody. Look, if they talking about this shit, it's only to distract you. Look, they already didn't tell you what the real meaning of socialism, just to contextualize it. They just went into socialism and shit. Boo, the boogeyman, without really telling people the truth. The truth is that in Europe for a lifetime, everyday people, the average person has had access to education on a high level, all, and access to healthcare, all people. You could call it what you want, even though the engines that are driving these European nations is capitalistic. You could call it socialism if it helps you get out of responsibility from getting the wealthy to pay their fair share in taxes. You could call it that if you want, but it's not, and these people are slick. And then they come and get their lapdog, right? They get their lapdog. Who is their lapdog? Stephen Miller, right? To come out here and explain it to you. What the fuck? Did you see what just happened here? That was like, they went through a couple of series of boom, boom, boom. And they went from socialism to, what does Stephen Miller think about Kamala Harris? Let's hear his expert opinion. You slammed the basketball, isn't that right? Well, okay, tell me what you think about this dude. I'm sorry, man. This is pathetic. This is pathetic for 2025. I mean, can people be this stupid? Can people be this stupid? But let's do it for the record.
Ability to run earlier. You also said that her career.
Oh, I'm sorry. But by the way, I don't know if you noticed up on the screen, it says Discord. If you're trying to hop up, you can come up and speak through my Discord chat room, right? That I have set up. It's not a chat room. It's a talking room. So you can speak on it. And that means you'll be able to join the podcast. People can hear you. We can dialogue together if you want to hop up in the stream for a second. So it's on Discord and it's V Media, VMEEDIA. Okay. So, and again, I'm going to put the link again in the chat just in case somebody needs some help getting to it. You just log in, make your account, and then you can speak in the stream. And I'm going to be running for a couple of hours more. All right. So it's a marathon, but we're going to get to it. So hop up, now that we're a little bit through the podcast, feel free to hop up if you have something intelligent to offer. Right. All right. So let me let it roll.
Political career is over. Elaborate.
Yeah, he said her political career is over. That's so funny, right? Well, what else you going to do after you've been the vice president? Stephen Smith? You planning on running for office, Stephen Smith? You got high hopes for the presidency, Stephen Smith? You know what I'm saying? You can still do it. Your career could go on forever. You could still run for president. You going to run for president? You going to run for vice president? Do you know enough? Have you put in the work? Grassroots? Or are you only where the limousine is going to show up and take you? Are you only where the billionaire like Musk is going to pick your ass up and deliver you and give you a little check? You know what I'm saying? To do your little, your dance, your shucking and jiving and shit. Anyway, let's listen to it.
Well, there's nothing to elaborate about. Who cares what she has to say at this particular moment in time?
Ooh, who cares what she has to say? Who fucking cares what you have to say? This is where you make a tennis shoe, a dude who sells tennis shoes, your motherfucking political leader. Like, god damn. Like, this, I'm sorry, but you're a fucking coon. This guy's a coon. You know, even if you don't like her, you don't have to be so adamant against her, brother. God damn. Like, what the fuck is this? What kind of show is this? This is Buck dancing for Trump. And he's acting like he's against Trump. Man, as a matter of fact, did Stephen Smith, because he's acting like he's against Trump now. Smith support Trump? Let's see here. I bet you he didn't. I mean, I bet you he did. Yes. Look at what Stephen Smith said, yo. Look at this shit. Oh, look at this. This is crazy. Look at this. Oh, my God. Damn. Let me play this. I'm sorry. This is really, really wild. I mean, if you don't check things out sometimes, you really wouldn't know if you just don't like check it. But here, let's look at this. Can this shit read aloud? Look at this.
Here's what I found on whether Stephen A. Smith has shown support for Donald Trump and where he stands publicly. What he said. 1. Not a racist, but I won't vote for him. At the SEMA for Media Summit, April 2023, Smith said he believed Trump is not racist, but also made clear he would not vote for him. SEMAfor.com 2. Past relationship, personal acquaintance. Smith has mentioned knowing Trump before he was president, especially around sports events and casinos.
I bet
and
you
shared
did.
that he enjoyed those interactions. But he's also said Trump changed once he entered politics.
Oh, really?
CMAFA.com
What does that mean?
3. Criticism of both parties. He has criticized the Democratic Party for things like what he sees as hypocrisy, fear-mongering, or focusing on things he thinks are not the core issues. But that doesn't equal endorsing Trump. DailyWire.com 4. Trump's endorsement of Smith. Trump once said he would love to see Smith run for president 2028. Smith responded that he was aghast at the notion of Trump endorsing him. He didn't seek that endorsement. The Wrap 5. Voting behavior.
Think that's a coincidence?
As far as public record shows, Smith has voted Democrat in past elections and has clearly said he would not vote for Trump, at least as of what he has said publicly. The Hill, bottom line. Does he support Trump? From what I found, no. Stephen A. Smith does not support Trump in the sense of voting for him or endorsing him. He's made nuanced statements that show some respect or recognition for certain aspects of Trump or his public persona.
Same thing.
And has been critical of both political parties, but he has explicitly said he's not voting for Trump and that he doesn't align with him, particularly due to...
You know, this is just kind of like soft pause shit. It's like he doesn't want to say he's going to vote for him publicly. That's what it sounds like to me. He supports him. He's not a racist, but I wouldn't vote for him. Okay, but also you're not obliged to show anybody who you vote for, period. Like, no one really knows who he votes for. But one thing you do know is that he liked him a lot better before he entered politics, right? He says he's not a racist. Trump is not a racist. That's what he came out and said, right? And you know, when you listen to him talk about Kamala Harris, you know, I mean, the first thing he had is like disdain come out of his voice. Like, your career is over. Who cares what you think at this moment in history? What did she do to him? Like, what did she do to this dude? Like to her, it's like, damn.
The presidency of the United States of America to address so many different issues. And instead, what you did was go into protective mode. You wanted to show your loyalty or what have you, and then you lose the election. And what you want to do is point out all the reasons that you didn't win and point the finger of blame, it seems, in everybody else's direction instead of yourself. I don't think that she's going to have any support from the Democrats.
You know what? I wonder if he even read her book. That's what I wonder. They don't even ask him, did you read her book?
Democratic Party, I can tell you that much. And then you have to take into consideration the level of support that she had coming in. This is an individual that was, that was used to bypass what some would say the democratic process is. There was no primary. Yes, Joe Biden was awful during that debate, that June 27th. Yes, he ultimately stepped away in July. But if you talk to many people within the Democratic Party, they were talking about how this was all part of the plan, because had he departed significantly earlier, when we all saw slippage in him, as far as I was on a record a year earlier.
So basically conspiracy theories. This is really pathetic. It's like, he is literally trying to claim to know something he doesn't know and could never actually know. And that is what's going on in Kamala Harris's mind. And so he's simply saying, no, lady, you're a liar. That's not what was going on in your mind. I know better, even though I wasn't there. People say it was a conspiracy. People say this was the plan the whole time. This is what they got to offer up certain kind of people. This is what they're offering up, legacy media, to certain kind of people. I'm just saying, pay attention to this. Pay attention to this. This is like replacing all the other qualified folks. This is what's replacing it. Watch.
Seeing the slippage. Had he departed, there would have been a Democratic primary. She would have had to compete to be the Democratic nominee.
Here we go again with these talking points. She would have had to compete. You saw her resume. What is he talking about? You have to compete. What is there to compete about? That's the thing about it. Okay, so they wanted a primary, but it wasn't planned that Joe Biden was going to step down. It's just that simple. You see? So you have to deal with that fact too. You can't just say, oh, she's at it again. There she is, cheating again. Oh, cheating Kamala. She's been cheating the whole time, so it must be about her cheating now. No, she hasn't been cheating the whole time. It just happened, and these type of people have more harsher words for someone like Kamala Harris than they ever would for someone like Trump. And you heard it. He's not a racist, boss.
And there were people who did not want her to do that because clearly they didn't believe, whether it was Gavin Newsom, whether it was Barack Obama or somebody else. And it seems like she knew it. And that was the kind of feedback she received.
You see that? And it seems like she knew it. It seems like it, huh? It seems like you got a big head, too.
And to talk about all of that now, post-election loss, nobody wants to hear that. That's crying, that's whistling into the wind.
I got to say just quickly on this, she didn't speak up, but neither did Josh Shapiro.
I think he asked her out on a date when she was going to Howard, and she was like, nope. I'm almost guessing it because he sounds like she did something personal to him. It's weird.
Neither did Gavin Newsom. Neither did everybody just kind of stood by and...
Oh, no, John. Don't do that. Don't do that. Josh Shapiro is the governor of the state of Pennsylvania. He has a job. He's in office, okay? The reality is that you were the vice president. You were swearing up and down that you were in the room for all the major decisions, and then come to find out you're acknowledging that that was not the case. So if you're an American voter, which I am because I am no politician, I am an American voter.
You hear that? So he's no politician, but he's going to tell you what Kamala Harris must have been thinking. It seems like
I'm a conscientious observer, and I'm hearing this stuff from you now, which was
damn. So they found a basketball player to come out and get pissed off about politics. I mean, yeah, okay, that's what's going on. That's what's going on. I wonder what Steve Miller thinks about. I mean, Stephen. What the hell is Stephen Smith? I call him Steve Miller, but he's the same damn energy. It's the same energy, I mean, he's giving off the same vibes. Damn. But I wonder what he would think about this.
Now, despite the endless pushback from the left, President Trump is not backing down on his.
He should be on Fox. Stephen, whatever the hell, Smith should be on Fox, literally.
Promise to make our country safe again. As ICE raids in Chicago, they have now begun. Here with reaction, Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, Homeland Security Advisor, our friend Stephen Miller. Well, I mean, a lot of crimes are being committed by illegals, unvetted, allowed in by Harris and Biden and Mayorkas.
You hear that? You see the connection? So he's trying to pretend like he's some sort of unbiased, impartial, person watching from the outside, although he's a voter, although he claims he's a voter. You know what I'm saying? We never know. You never know. But he's claiming that. But all the talking points are these people's talking points.
All right, so last weekend it was 58 shot, 8 dead. This weekend, 19 shot and 7 dead, or 8 dead now, I guess at this point. So, I mean, the crime continues. They don't seem to care. Illegal immigrant crime continues. They want open borders. They don't want any vetting, and they want criminals to stay on the street. Maybe you could do that which Sean Duffy and myself cannot do. Maybe you can explain the mentality.
The Democrat Party, Sean, is terrorizing the American people. Just think about.
You see. So it's always extreme. Kamala Harris for Stephen Smith. Kamala Harris is like, her career is over. Her career is over, says the guy who was on the Philadelphia 76ers nuts as a profession. You know what I'm saying? Like her career is over, right? Because Kamala Harris owes Stephen Smith something personally before he can say one positive thing about her entire career, which is 30 years too. You know what I'm saying? Except public service, being elected to every seat. And this dude, he's never been elected. How do you think he got his job, Stephen Smith? But in any case, how do you think this guy got his job? This same dude, Stephen Miller, has he been elected to shit? No. There's nothing that this is just he's the white Stephen Smith, basically.
What is happening in our major cities? The bloodbaths every single weekend. One victim after another, one shooting after another, one murder after another. When you have Democrat politicians like Pritzker and Newsom
and he doesn't talk down on one more kid not able to afford school, one more family not able to afford health care. He doesn't talk down on that. He doesn't talk down on it at all. No. You see, he doesn't really hate that.
Freeing illegal alien pedophiles, illegal alien child abductors, illegal alien murderers back into our streets, to kidnap people, to beat them senseless, to stab them and shoot them to death. This is terrorism being waged against the American people. And then you look at that video that chills our very souls out of Charlotte, that beautiful young woman stabbed to death, murdered savagely on a subway, just trying to get home from work, fleeing war, only to run into a Democrat war zone here in our country. That monster, 14 prior.
So look, Democrat war zone. This one was a Democrat war zone. So the problem was how Democrats run their states and their towns. But with the Utah assassination of Charlie Kirk, red state, red town, red neighborhood, red laws. He assassinated this guy, but he doesn't speak about the town that way. No. Now it's not. Now it's not the whole town is like this. No, not to this guy. You see, now it's individual. It's not the town. It's not the neighborhood. It's not the state. Nothing to do with that. Not the politics, not the political party, not with the ideology. And notice this. When it comes to Charlie Kirk's death, have you ever heard the media ever ask questions like, okay, well, if he wasn't a Republican and he wasn't a Democrat, right? If he's registered independent, so what are his fucking beliefs? Political beliefs. Have you heard any of them talk about that? Have you heard any of them ask what his political beliefs were? Have they asked, for example, what does he think about immigrants? Let me ask y'all, where is an article written about Tyler Robinson's political beliefs regarding immigration? Have you seen one? Have you read one? Let me see. Let's just go and find it. Let's go see if we can find it real quick. Has Tyler Robinson, right? And you can tell me too, spoke about his views on immigration? That would be a political belief, right? Let's see if he says something. So far, nobody's found anything about his belief. Nobody's found anything about Tyler Robinson's beliefs. So they don't actually, they've tried to use the fact that he was dating somebody they say is transgender or something like that to totally cover up what his own ideologies are, because lots of the Republican Party are actually gay. That's the word in the town. Undercover gay men that go home to their wives and pass anti-LGBTQ legislation while sleeping with gay prostitutes. You ever hear that one? Like straight up. Let me see. Let's bring that up here. Let's see here. Is it true? Are there articles about Republicans, congressional members, and senators who are gay and pass anti-gay legislation while posing as Christian and sleeping with prostitutes? Let's find out. Let me see here. Damn, yes, and it is true, and just it's good to listen to these people and hear them talk and just get an idea, because the way they talk, you would think like, damn, this person is really serious about this shit. They really got a problem with this. Just like this guy has a problem with something, Stephen Miller got a problem. Stephen Smith got a problem with Kamala. Stephen Miller got a problem with, Democrat towns of lawlessness and shit. But then when the person who executed their spiritual leader, Charlie Kirk, then it's not the town. Then it's not the neighborhood. Then it's not the family. Then it's not anything. It's only the individual and who they were sleeping with. You see how bullshit this is?
Yes. There are several documented cases of Republican or conservative politicians who have taken anti-LGBTQ or family values positions or claimed Christian conservative stances, while in some instances they were later revealed to have had sexual conduct that contradicted those positions, with same-sex partners, prostitutes, or in scandalous affairs.
It's a thing.
Here are some examples and what is known, and also caveats. Examples: person, anti-LGBTQ, conservative Christian stance, controversy, hypocrisy revealed. Randy Boning, North Dakota state legislator, voted against expanding gay rights in SB 2279. Wikipedia: he was outed after being found to have sent explicit messages and a photo to another man via the Grindr app. He later said he is gay. Wikipedia: Aaron Schock, former U.S.
This
rep.
is your
While in
conservatives.
Congress, he voted against many pieces of LGBTQ+ legislation, e.g. against including sexual orientation in hate crime laws, against repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell. The Independent: after leaving Congress, he came out publicly as gay. Also, in one incident, he was filmed putting cash in a male go-go dancer's underwear in Mexico City, which raised questions about hypocrisy. Metro Weekly: Larry Craig, former U.S. Senator, Idaho, known for a conservative, family values profile and anti-LGBT rhetoric. Advocate.com: he was arrested in 2007 for solicitation of sex in a men's airport restroom. Other allegations emerged about seeking sexual relations with men. Advocate.com: Wes Goodman, Ohio Republican state legislator, promoted pro-family conservative Christian positions and anti-gay rhetoric. Gay pride, LGBT and queer voices.
How many?
He resigned in 2017 after being caught in consensual sexual relations with another man in his office. Gay pride, LGBT and queer voices. John Hinson, former U.S. Rep, Mississippi, represented conservative values, was from a Republican background. Gay pride, LGBT and queer voices. In 1981, arrested for an incident involving a sexual act with a man in the Capitol, later acknowledged being closeted, and later in life advocated for gay causes. Wikipedia, Richard Curtis, Washington State, voted against bills related to domestic partnership, discrimination protection based on sexual orientation. Advocate.com, accused of soliciting sex from another man via an escort paid for by him, later resigned. Advocate.com, caveats what is not always clear. Sleeping with prostitutes is sometimes alleged, sometimes proven, sometimes more rumor speculation. Not all cases have legal findings or full substantiation. Christian labeling is self-claimed or ascribed by others. Public identity varies, some strongly emphasize religious identity, others less so. The specific combination you asked for, Republican member of Congress or senator, publicly Christian, voting anti-gay, while secretly having affairs with prostitutes, is relatively rare in the documented press in exactly that form, especially with the prostitute component. Some cases are more about gay sex or homosexual conduct, not always involving prostitution. Sometimes the sexual misconduct involves minors or other illegal activities, which is even more heavily covered, but not all are the prostitution type. If you want, I can try to compile a current and comprehensive list with verifiable sources of GOP members who fit all those criteria: anti-LGBT votes, professed Christian identity, and proven sexual misconduct involving prostitution. Do you want me to pull that together?
So we have to keep that in mind when we're listening to these people. Like, what the hell and who the hell? And look, another thing. I said this before. This guy has such a disdain for towns and swaths of Americans, but he is born of an immigrant family himself. Stephen Miller. His family fled Russian persecution during the same period as the Holocaust. You know, when Germans were doing it, Russians were doing it too, right? And so he fled that persecution under Russia into the United States. So his family has been given help in the United States, yet by the taxpayer, meaning all of us, all of our families that fought for the country, which mine did, paid taxes for the country, which mine did. You see what I mean? Even in Jim Crow, you had to pay taxes. You know what I'm saying? What do you think? They didn't tax the black military veterans, and they didn't tax anyone else? You see what I mean? Working in a job back then? They did. And these people got the benefit of our tax dollars. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't, but turn around and look at how much he hates whole swaths of towns. And then look at who's interviewing him. Another person, first generation American, Sean Hannity. Seriously. And he totally hates huge swaths of Americans. Man, maybe the problem is you.
Arrests in and out, in and out. The Democrat policies of catch and release for barbarians and savages is truly an act of terror, Sean, against the American people. It cannot be explained unless you deeply, fundamentally hate America.
So this one person is actually, you know, Democrats are responsible for this one person. What if did they even ask this person who the fuck they voted for? Look, you see what I mean? He doesn't even fucking care. He doesn't care because it's just the fact that he's black. You see what I mean? Like, it ain't like there's no black people down there in MAGA country voting for Trump. You see what I mean? But again, that doesn't matter. He doesn't even want to know nothing else, you see, about it. Actually, he doesn't want to know his sexual orientation, but he wants to know Tyler Robinson's sexual orientation. That's a story. You see what I'm saying? Like, but let's listen.
Barbarians and savages is truly an act of terror, Sean, against the American.
I mean, and you really have to when they start using the word barbarian and savages, how the hell is Pam Bondi talking about hate speech? Like, they're talking about when he says barbarians and savages, he's talking about whole swaths of people, not one individual.
People, it cannot be explained unless you deeply, fundamentally hate America.
How do you
gaslighting?
You explain New York City, and it was on the cover of the New York
Look at
Post.
this.
We showed,
and this is Sean Hannity. I mean, both of these guys are come from immigrant families, flat out. None of their families were around anywhere close to, the Civil War, the War of Independence. None of that. They're both. Sean Hannity himself is a first generation American. His parents came to the country. Do I need to look up both of them? It's something like that. Either their parents or their grandparents. It's not further. In other words, for people that don't know, it's loads of Americans whose families go back many, 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 many generations in the United States of America. In case you don't know that, 200, 300, 400 years ago. You see what I'm saying? His family, you talking about 80 years ago? You see what I'm saying? Like, that's all I'm saying. There's a lot of generations in 100 years, like 3. You see what I'm saying? 3 different. So 400 years, that makes it 200 years makes it 6 generations. 400 years makes it 12 generations, and some people longer. You see what I mean? And this guy, they talk about whole swaths of people like that.
Earlier, you have 63 repeat offenders. 5,000 crimes combined. Of the 63, only 5 of them are in jail. Can you? It defies gravity. It defies any sense of logic, any sense of common sense that you might have been born with to allow these.
And then they use the word common sense. Okay.
People out on the street time after time.
He knows what common sense is.
Time after time after time. Now, the problem, too, is now the Democratic Party is institutionalizing these policies, and they're running on these policies. Look at Mamdani, the guy that's most likely going to be the new New York City mayor, if you believe the polls. Okay, this
guy's from a whole nother. The guy who they just hopped from, they killed attacked the woman, killed her on the train, right, on the public transport system. That's not the same state as Mamdani. What the hell does it got to do in New York? And they so quickly, again, demonize whole swaths of people.
To take it to another level. So this is what I guess is now the platform of this radicalized Democratic Party. How does that play out politically?
Got nothing to do with politics. You don't even know if the guy who murdered the person on the public transport due to his mental illness or whatever, or homelessness or whatever it was, you don't know if he even voted. Listen, 80 million people, that's one third of the United States voting population, eligible voting population, did not vote in the last election. That's more. I mean, it's really even more people didn't vote than Trump got votes. More people didn't vote than Kamala Harris got votes. Slightly even more. So it's not a small 1/3 that didn't vote. You see, so the likeliness of this person not voting is the same likeliness of anyone else who supported Trump or anyone else that supported Kamala Harris. It's just as likely that he had no political affiliation again or even voted, especially if he's on mental illness. Goddamn. But look at how quickly they just tie that in.
Well, President Trump, I think very correctly said that one of the biggest, if not the single biggest issue in the midterms next year is going to be crime. Crime.
Right. So they go from that crime situation, right? And then they go over to the next crime situation, which is which one was it? Is the one where he's talking about? Hold on, let me see something. Is it this one? Right. Yeah. Here we go. Hold on. Let me pull this back up. Can y'all see this? Yeah, y'all can see it. Hold on. Let me close that one down. Here we go. It's this one right here. Here we go.
I don't know how sincere it looks. And the other hosts of Fox and Friends were talking on Wednesday about the murder of 23-year-old Irina Zarutska in North Carolina and how to stop those kinds of crimes when he said this.
Either you take the resources that we're going to give you, or you decide that you're going to be locked up in jail. That's the way it has to be now.
Or involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them.
You see that? So involuntary lethal injection, just kill them. So this person, even though you might not find value in them, even though they may have broken the law, right? Their family members could have fought in wars to protect this country. You don't know how much contributions their own family has made to the country. And to just think, because of somebody suffering from mental illness or homeless, that you can just go and kill them, and you are a first generation or second generation American yourself. I want y'all to think about that. I want you to think about that, and you let me know if that sounds like something loving or caring, having any understanding of your country. What if the person had mental illness and was homeless? They could have just as very well been a veteran himself. What if, there's a lot of what ifs, but just the fact that they would use that language, like, because that person is poor, because that person is suffering from mental illness, that they had no value to this country, to where you just say euthanize them, which means put them to death. That's what that means. That's a nice word for put them to death. I don't know. You let me know if you think that should be one of your family members. If you let me know if one of your family members experience homelessness or one of your family members suffer from mental illness, should they, just because of that, be seen as, like, why not euthanize them? Or is there things that we could be doing to help the homeless population or the mentally ill in the U.S.? Are there things that we're not doing that we could step up and do more on or in, regarding this? To me, it sounds like Stephen Miller and Sean Hannity, they don't give a damn. They just don't give a damn about anybody. To me, that's what it sounds like. It just doesn't sound like he gives a damn about any human life, except his own. And pretty soon, I wouldn't be surprised if he also hates women.
And public safety. Democrats have turned these cities into hellholes, Sean. The 10 most violent, bloody, dangerous cities in America are all run by Democrats. Democrat city councils, Democrat...
Is that true? Let's see here. Are all the top 10 most dangerous cities run by Democrats? Let's see here. Taking some time. That must mean it's a lie. Let's see. Okay. Short answer, no. Not all of the top 10 most dangerous U.S. cities. But they are allowed to repeat lies on Fox TV. This is what they're allowed to do. No, not all of the top 10 cities, most dangerous cities in the U.S. are run by Democrats. However, many of the large cities that repeatedly rank high for violent crime or homicide rates do have Democratic mayors. Okay, that's large cities. But let's see what the cities are. Let's see. New Orleans, Mayor Latoya Central. Okay, she's a Democrat. St. Louis, Mayor recently elected Tishara Jones. Okay, that's a Democrat. Okay, then there's Baltimore. Then there's Detroit, Democrat. Then there's Kansas City, Milwaukee, Cleveland, Memphis, Birmingham, Jackson, who have mayors who are Democrats or elected nonpartisan. Okay, and then why you see a pattern? Okay, let me see here. So why? Okay, put all concrete current top 10 for list. So what are the top? Let's see here. What are the top per person dangerous places in the USA per person. Because city it kind of deceives you. You know, large cities, you know, have a lot of numbers. But let's see here. Let's see what it says. Okay, St. Louis, Missouri, Jackson, Mississippi, Baltimore, New Orleans, Detroit, Birmingham, Cleveland, Memphis. Okay. Dangerous can mean my. Okay, let me see. Which are Republican and which are Democrat, let's say here, governors. Let's see here. You know, because you see how they get slick? It's like some people focus on the mayor, other people focus on who the senators are, you know, it's a lot of ways to look at this. Here you go. As of 2025, 50 states each with an elected governor, the current partisan composition. Okay, so let's go down. What? Which have the most crime? Which have the most violent crime? Well, let's just say crime. Which have the most crime per person? Let's see here. See if that answers it. Okay. Yeah, so this is the okay, Little Rock, Kansas, Milwaukee. Okay, and then there's Memphis. Okay. State the party affiliation of each governor and other critical representatives of each state. Let's see here. Okay. So here we go. Alabama, right? Republican. Okay. And let me see. Okay. Damn. So let me see. Where's the... Okay. Can you... Oh, I said, affiliation. Affiliation. Let me see what it does. Okay. So, I mean, this is per 100,000 people, you know, and this is how this guy is talking about it. Just keep this in mind when you listen to Stephen Miller. You know, because Stephen Miller is saying some crazy shit. He's talking like the governors of all the most dangerous places ain't fucking Republicans. Like straight up per 100 person. Now, so when they say city, you got to ask yourself, what do they mean when they say city? Who cares if it's a city or a town? Who cares? What about statewide per person? Why is Louisiana have a governor who's Republican and leading in crime? Why is Mississippi, who has a Republican governor, right? Isn't that what this says? Governor party. Yeah. Why are they second with crime? They're leading crime. Arkansas. Why is Arkansas leading crime with a Republican governor? Why is Tennessee, look at this, leading crime with a Republican governor? Alaska. Why is Alaska leading crime? Look at this shit. Alaska is topping the roof. Republican. The Democrat, look, so you see, you see the Democrat, there's only one Democrat state in the top 10 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6. That's 6. That's New Mexico. So that's 6. That's, yeah. 6, 7, 8, 9. There's only 2 Democrat states out of the top 10. So you see, when you listen to this guy, Stephen Miller, talk, just keep in mind the numbers. This is what he's talking about.
Mayors, Democrat politicians at every level. And it's not just the top 10. It goes much deeper than that. Every major city in America that is besieged by violence, mayhem, and bloodshed and narco trafficking are run by Democrats. Look, this has become their religion. Celebrating criminals, celebrating predators, celebrating illegal aliens who prey on our citizens. Again, you talk about your example in New York City where the same people, they keep offending, they keep harassing, they keep assaulting, they keep getting released. We cannot call this simply misguided. We cannot call this simply stupid. It's evil. It is deliberate.
You hear him? You see the language that he's using? Evil. Right? So, but at the same time, when he says that, is it evil to purposely leave this information out? That out of the top 10 most criminal states where crime is happening, that only 2 of them are have Democratic governors. I mean, you tell me. You tell me. As of 2025, the political landscape, you know. Okay, hold on. Let me go down. Let me see something here. Look at this. Look at this. Here we go. Certainly, here's an overview of the U.S. states in 2025, highlighting each state's crime rate per 100,000 residents, its governor's political affiliation, and general party control of its legislator. The information provides insight into the leadership between political leadership and the crime rates across the country. Yeah, it does. Look at this. Legislator Republican, legislator Republican, legislator Republican, legislator Republican. Governor Republican, legislator Republican. You see that? So the top 10 states for crime across the United States are Republican. Only two Democrats in the top 10 states. Okay? It's very simple. And then Republicans still got the nerve to dominate even after the damn top 10. You see? Yo, if there's crime in America, don't get me wrong, all crime should be addressed. But the states where the most crime is persistent are, without any question whatsoever, Republican states. States with Republican governors and Republican legislators, which tend to match up. Democrat governor usually means Democrat legislator or split, but Republican governor almost always means Republican legislator. That's state and local government, right? And those are just the facts, y'all. So when this dude is talking, that's what he's talking about. That's how he's doing things. And it's really, really scary. This is the data. You can see it for yourself. It doesn't take much to pretty much see that that's what this is. Alaska is topping off crime in America. Republican legislator, Republican governor. They're topping off crime. You see, Tennessee is a tough. No, New Mexico is second now. New Mexico is second, and that's Democrat. But then everything else coming close is Republican. You see? Everything else is Republican until you get down into the 400s, and they're still leading it, Republicans. You see, so crime is a problem in Republican-led states primarily, and you could say it is because of their policy. Look, they want you to try to scrape and scratch and find the money for health care. They want you to scrape and scratch and find the money for education, although educated citizenry improves the value, the quality of life of everyone in the society just being educated, even if you don't have a job. You see, having access to health care improves the standing of the entire community, not just, one person, just everybody. You see what I mean? Like, so that improves the health of the society, of the town, of the city, of the state, and these guys, these Republicans, they're out there like attack dogs, like getting people to believe basically lies.
It is malign. It is malicious. They know what they're doing. The judges know, the city councils know, the Soros DAs know, the Democrat governors know. They understand if you release a monster will kill. If you release a savage will kill. If you release a person who has only known violence their entire life.
If you birth a baby in a Republican family, raise them with guns in Utah, they will kill. Right? Isn't that what he's saying too? They will kill. Again, he's making poverty a crime. And there's nothing more Hitler-esque than that,
Only committed violence their entire lives. They're going to keep on committing acts of barbarous violence. President Trump is saying, if you want to...
You hear that? Going to keep on committing acts of barbarous... this is racist. And this is what Fox News is.
Be safe. Stand with President Trump. Stand with the Republican Party, because President Trump will fight for you, just like he's fighting.
All right, so enough of that. Well, let's flip over to something more exciting now. This is crazy. And the story is, guess what the story is? This is ridiculous, but it's true. Guess who showed up for dinner? Guess who's decided to show up? And I've been saying this the entire time. I've been saying this. This is what it's going to be. I said it before. Elon Musk is not, I repeat, Trump is not going to let him go. They're attached at the hip. Billionaires, these types, they're going to look after each other first. Yes, Elon Musk actually does know something about Ghislaine Maxwell, and he did actually lie because he knew her back in, I believe, the early 2000s, right? This was after Epstein was prosecuted. He still linked up, around him, and there may be more about it. But the point is that you don't lie about something if you're not hiding something. Check it.
Mr. President, everyone's saying that Charlie brought you and Elon back together. Is that true?
Well, Elon came over and said hello. No, it's nothing to do with that. I thought it was nice. He came over, had a little conversation. We had a very good relationship, but it was nice that he came over. Dana White was there, the great Dana White. The big question is having the UFC fight as I know you won't accept tickets because you're with the fake news. You're not allowed to accept tickets, but we're going to have a UFC fight right at the White House. And we're going to end up probably 6,000 people in front of the White House.
They're going to have a UFC fight in front of the White House. So this is what you MAGA people wanted. This is what you wanted. You wanted your health care cut. You wanted your child care cut. Health care for the elderly. Elder care. You wanted that cut. You wanted your disaster relief withheld. And what you wanted in return for all of those things that you lost is a UFC fight on the White House.
Then on the ellipse, we're going to have 80 or 90,000. It's going to be an unbelievable event. But a lot of people are talking about it.
This dude sounds like a damn fool. He sounds like a damn fool. And a lot of people are talking about it. Man. Look, this guy. Let me ask you a question. How many more months does Trump have left? Just give me the months. Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 3? Is it 4? Is it 5? Put it in the chat. This is crazy.
Mr. President, everyone's saying that Charlie brought you and Elon back together. Is that true?
Well, Elon came over and said hello. No, it's nothing to do with that. I thought it was nice. He came over, had a little conversation. We had a very good relationship, But it was nice that he came over. Dana White was there, the great Dana White. You know, the big question is the having the UFC fight as the. I know you won't accept tickets because you're with the fake news. You're not allowed to
fake
accept
news.
tickets, but we're going to have a UFC fight right at the White House. And we're going to end up probably 6,000 people in front of the White House. And then on the ellipse, we're going to have 80 or 90,000. It's going to be an unbelievable event. But a lot of people are talking about it.
Yeah. So they met. What do you think they was talking about? What do you think Elon Musk and Trump actually talked about? I mean, what do you think it is? I'll tell you what I think it is. I think they talked about these Epstein files, and I think they're trying to make a truce. I think Trump is desperate. I think Trump is desperate to, try to get his strongest allies, on his side again. I think Trump is in trouble. If he's looking forward to meeting Elon Musk, it's because he needs help and he has nobody else to turn to. That's what I believe. And I think it has something to do with the Epstein files, but not only the Epstein files, but of course, because Elon Musk said that Trump was in the Epstein files. But was Elon in the Epstein files? That's what I'm curious about. Was he in the Epstein files? Does he have any other connection? And again, what's part of the Epstein files? Is it just sex trafficking, or was the sex trafficking a part of extortion and espionage? Yeah. And this kind of thing is what I think is interesting. Elon Musk, I believe he knows, or he believes he can run. Trump appointed him. Trump told him to do things. So he can always say, the president told me to do this, this, and this. And he's got the proof because the president's been making statements about him the whole time, statements of affirmation the entire time, right? That Elon Musk has been doing stuff until he stopped doing stuff, and they stopped when they had a problem, right? So there's no history of him doing more stuff, outside of Trump telling him to do it, right? So I don't know. To me, it seems like there's definitely something going on in the background, and that they're looking out for each other. So yeah, but you let me know what you think about it. Let me see. Let me pull the chat up real quick again and see what people think. Boom. Where's that at? Is it right here? Yeah. Let me see what everybody thinks here. We pull this one back. Let's see here. What's the chat saying between? Okay, let me see. This is crazy. Trump has a whole chapter. Yes, I think he does. Trump got a whole damn book. He's like the entire files damn near. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is this? Some of y'all arguing with each other. Okay, let me see. Tell me this. How many months do you think Trump has in office? Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 3? Tell me the amount of months. I don't see Trump going past 5 more months. And in fact, I'm going to say 3. I don't see Trump going past 3 more months myself. I think he's headed out. People that run around like that hard every day, you know what they say, the rabbit lost the race. The turtle won the race because the turtle didn't burn out its fuel, and I think, to me, it looks like Trump is burning, pretty much burnt out. There's nothing when your attorney general and your FBI head of the FBI are caught up in this kind of shit and are getting hammered, and then all you can do is come out and instead of defend them while they're fighting for you and capping for you publicly, all you can do out is hammer them and blame them for prosecuting more people. I mean, to me, it seems like Trump is at the end of his wits, but, I can see it's a lot of Trump supporters that think he's going to go the whole term, and, we will see how that goes, but I don't believe it. I don't see it at all. If Trump, he projects. So if Trump says he's strong, I think he's projecting, out of weakness. So Trump is always going to say he's strong. He can decay. I mean, Trump is going to be like saying he's strong in his, casket. Literally, he's going to be not able to walk, and he's going to still be telling people, I'm strong, I'm strong, I'm strong, and he's going to be saying wacko things, more wacko things, just like what you heard. Like you heard, he's going to have a UFC fight on the White House lawn. It's going to be like 80,000 people. Isn't that what he said? He said some crazy shit like that. Let's see. I mean, I forgot already. It's such a that's the one thing that's very masterful about Trump. He says so much bullshit, people forget.
Mr. President, everyone's saying that Charlie brought you and Elon back together. Is that true?
Well, Elon came over and said hello. No, it's nothing to do with that. I thought it was nice. He came over, we had a little conversation. We had a very good relationship, but it was nice that he came over. Dana White was there. The great Dana White. The big question is having the UFC fight I know you won't accept tickets because you're with the fake news. You're not allowed to accept tickets, but we're going to have a UFC fight right at the White House. And we're going to end up probably 6,000 people in front of the White House, and then on the ellipse we're going to have 80 or 90,000. It's going to be an unbelievable event, but a lot of people are talking about it.
I mean, this is the man speaking himself. This is Trump speaking himself. That's Trump's words. That's Trump's words. This is your president. All right, y'all. I'll be back with y'all in a little bit, man. I'm going to time out for a second, but I'll be back. I appreciate everybody for coming out. Catch me I'm going to be back in like 2 hours. No, 3 hours. What time? Let me see. 2. Yeah, I'm going to be back in 4 hours from now. All right, so stay tuned, y'all. I'll see you 5 hours from now. I'm going to catch up with y'all. This is crazy. I appreciate everybody, though, for coming out. All right. Release the Epstein files, man.